Hello and welcome to Little Squid League 14. I am Seekant and joining me today is Nox. Say hello, Nox.
Hi.
And we're so glad you decided to come and watch this tournament today. We have some lovely teams competing. And right now for round one, we have Inkception versus Legato on Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track. So,
Should be an exciting set. With Rainmaker Humpback, there are only a couple ways you can push, but both pushes are just so fast.
absolutely. You can take it the main way, which is right, or you can press your luck on the left, which is risky, but it can lead to some very close scoring games if the other team's not prepared for it.
That's true. It also is a great path to flank through.
And it looks like just with that, we're ready to start.
Wonderful. So let's see what each team is running. We've got a vanilla heavy coming out, always exciting to see, and a sea jet on the other side.
And those look like some vanilla glugas to me too. Excited to see how those play out.
3 object shredders on the side of Legato, meaning they get quick pop very easily.
Absolutely.
Sea Jet's just getting ready for that ray. No zap on the side of Inkception, no armor on the side of Inkception, which is odd to see, but I don't mind it for Rainmaker.
Luga and Jessbutcher trade. 3 down on Inkceptions would be a perfect time for Legato to push the Rainmaker.
And they go for it. They are going left. Rainmaker stops to shoot. Looks like they're switching. Looks like they're changing their mind. A smart switch. Ray might get the Rainmaker here.
And it looks like
Rainmaker. And they go down, but they might be able to get pop again.
Missiles out.
Oh, the Rainmaker survives the missiles. Love to see it. Once the Gluga is doing a very smart flank, but they get called out. Very patient push on the side of Legato, waiting for players to jump back in. Very smart.
Absolutely. Another
Ray definitely has Ray again. They waited just a little too long. Ray's probably going to get the Rainmaker here, and down they go. Legato should back off here, probably. Yeah. I like the double splatling out of Inkception. Very fun to see. Nice pick from the roller there.
Roller has splashdown. Looks like the Glugas have Inkjet. It's popped.
And they get the Rainmaker, but the brush gets the Inkjet. Roller's going for pop here. Might take him a second. But they use splashdown to get a pick with that.
They gotta use splashdown for something.
They get a pick on the sea jet. That's huge. That means there's no Ray for a second.
And they have to build it up too after they've spawned.
Everyone pushed up so smartly through that right elbow. Looks like they might get lead. Oh, not quite.
1 point away from lead from Inkception.
Smart job backing off from the mini there. They do have missiles ready. Nice jump in and jump out from the heavy.
Yes.
Mini's doing a great job just holding that space.
Absolutely.
Nice pick from the roller. Fresh gets the roller. They're waiting for reset, it looks like. And once again, Legato probably has pop. They have enough sub-weapons and they're all running object shredder. But they're not really going for it.
Man, this could be anyone's game. This is so close. The mid looks about half painted each way, but Legato getting the pop. 1 down.
There's Sea Jet's down again, so no Ray.
3 specials from Inkception. Missiles popped.
They're gonna hold that Ray until the other team decides to push. Very smart. Roller was sharking there, waiting for that zap to come out. Didn't quite manage to get it. Awesome cancel. Nice armor from the side.
Might be about ready for a push right now.
Looks like they're very prepped for it. They even have a Ray ready.
It's 2 down on Inkception.
Has not come out yet, so they're really holding them until they're in street.
Oh, but the Stingray.
There's the counter Ray. Nice. Always exciting to see that. And they get the other Ray. This could be a very big push. Let's see. The roller goes down.
That's a wipe.
That's a wipe. That's
it. Oh, no.
Last is Glugas. Are they going to go for pop here? The Sea Jet is. The brush is going for it. They dropped, which is unfortunate. The Sea Jet is holding that space for a jump. Brush is probably going to pick up. Oh, they get the brush.
Legato not going for the knockout. Going to hold it at 1 and try and prevent Inkception from knocking out, which looks very doable with the amount of map control Legato has right now.
You never know what's gonna happen.
That is true. And they
They
just
do have
ignore
a
middle,
ready
go all the way
though.
right. The Ray's ready.
Applying a ton of pressure, painting up their street again,
Oh,
just
but the
making
flank
sure they
behind by
have
the end
pressure.
zap. They got the Rainmaker.
Brush is applying a ton of pressure. It just throws out so much paint and so much chip.
Good jump out from the heavy. They were
Absolutely.
about one speck of ink away from dying.
C-Jet gets the heavy, which is unfortunate.
Oh, the missiles killed the splatter shot.
C-Jet's holding such a strong position in mid. Zap gets a pick with a suction, goes for the roller. Has to back off a little. Very smart. They're almost to armor. Good job backing off. And they have 2 specials ready, so they might try and make another push. But there's only 16 seconds left. 2 down on the side of Inkception. Last is the heavy.
5 seconds left. It doesn't look like Inkception's going to get a chance to pick up that Rainmaker, and the
Looks
first
like
game
that's
will go to Legato.
What a fun game.
Yeah, that was full of ups and downs. Great played by both teams.
Absolutely. I did enjoy seeing a heavy come out. They're not a common pick, but I think it's fun.
No, it very is. If you're not expecting a heavy, can easily wipe 2 or 3 people.
Absolutely. Great play from all
14
players.
and 13 kills from the brush and the end zap alone.
Yeah, they were applying a ton of pressure. Next up is Zone's Reef. And what you've got to keep in mind with Zone's Reef is bridge. You need to have bridge at all times.
Absolutely. It's kind of a close quarters map, so I'd be surprised if there were more shorter range options on this map.
You never know, though. These teams might sit with the weapons they're comfortable with.
True, especially in low level, it's a lot more important to get comfortable with the base mechanics and try and pick around every map.
Absolutely.
So.
Especially if they have a heavy. I'd love to see a heavy deco sit bridge, personally, but if they pull out heavy again, I think it'll be really solid on Zone's Reef.
Absolutely.
And Octobrush is a pain on Reef because you just can paint the zone from bridge without an issue.
Yes, absolutely. Octobrush
And you get the
can be a
height
pain
advantage.
Anywhere where you have a height advantage.
Absolutely. The other thing with Zone's Reef is people need to remember that you can climb that wall on right, because that's a great place for your Slayers to push up into their street.
Oh, absolutely. You can get a pick or two quite easily if they don't see you coming from that right climb.
Absolutely. And also, sub-weapons are so important on this map to just apply that constant pressure you need to maintain bridge and to keep them from dropping on you.
Especially if you have a lethal.
I would, yeah. Toxic Mist might work too, but I think a lethal's a little more effective. And here we go, into the game. Let's see what we have on each side. I'm very excited to see what they pick. This is such an interesting map.
Well, it looks like we might be having a little bit of lag, but it looks
we see a heavy
everyone's
remix coming
fine.
out.
Okay.
And a junior.
An E-leader.
An E-leader is another...
Okay.
That's going to make the heavy's job a lot harder. But we also see a junior coming out with a build I'm personally a fan of.
Oh,
nice
wow.
First pick from the E-leader, right onto that heavy, taking away their long-range pressure. You don't see any... Zap has armor on, so does Junior.
Looks like Inkception will cap the zone first, but for how long will that stand?
I will point out that they have a brush
pressure.
on the side of Inkception, which is going to apply a ton of pressure to that E-leader if they can get a flank going. Especially with that baller. It's just Russian Junior up. Just Junior. Heavy E-leader's holding such a strong position here. Just applying so much pressure, peeking over bridge. They might be able to get this jump here.
Oh, but that super... Oh, but the splashdown super jump.
But everyone lives it. A nice bomb throw there, applying enough pressure to the E-leader so that they have to back up. This might... They might be able to cap here.
Gonna get the cap here, but...
A great
still
stall
3 up
tactic.
in Legato, so...
Really nice movement from the brush, just avoiding those E-leader shots. And looks like they're going to ball that zone to cap it. Oh,
but they got...
Can't quite get it.
Popped.
Yep. They are holding the zone pretty well.
Is Inkbrush and Pester and keep putting mines on the zone to prevent capping? They're going to be a real problem later.
It is... It seems like it's very much a nuisance. Also, an interesting pick of Forge Pro. really able to apply a lot of pressure with that quick pop. But a nice move from the roller, helping out their heavy a lot.
That's all the splash down cancel
canceled.
from the E-leader. Gotta get
nice shot. Nice bomb.
Oh, nice bomb.
Junior's just applying that bomb pressure by right tree.
Absolutely.
A very bold spot, but if you can make it work, it's so strong.
2 splashdowns on land from Inkception. There goes 1. And Booyah Bomb out to, like, Legato's plat. Doesn't seem to get anyone, though.
He's pressuring the E-leader with Baller right now. Fully makes him back up to plat. Beautiful pick from the K-shot there, though. Looks like the Heavy's trying to hold that left tree, just keeping constant pressure, forced to back up because of missiles. Specials are being used so smartly right now. And Legato did manage to get lead. Not Legato. Inkception.
Nice.
Junior's
There's a lot happening, Nox. The match keeps going back and forth. I don't blame you at all. This is such a close fire game between Inkception and Legato right now.
It's such a fast, close game. The E-leader really wants that heavy out of the way so that their players can just move more freely, because the rest of Inkception's comp is so short range.
And with that, Legato has lead again.
What a back and forth game so far. It's been so exciting. That's a beautiful positioning from the brush, just able to allow that zone cap. Balling just to get in the way a little bit, add some pressure. Going down to the K shot there, though. Heavy's on bridge, which is such a strong spot. They're going to have a nightmare of a time getting them off that. And it's just the K shot. Oh, nope. Pro's still there. Heavy's still up, just applying that constant pressure. They manage to cap again. And one goes down to the Booyah Bomb. That's big for them.
Oh. But the roller gets picked off by the
awesome play
N-zap.
from the N-zap. Just really patient and remembering that they outranged that roller.
Oh, this N-zap's kind of on a rampage right now.
They are
Baller. But it's
they
fine. They don't... I guess they're not called Slayer for nothing.
Roller's flanking, though. Are they going to be able to get this pick? With the help of the Junior, they just might. They do manage to cap. Looks like the K-shot's on right.
Watch out for that suction bomb. They're kind of in a bad...
And they get the zone. And that's a Heavy and a Brush. They should be able to hold cap here if they don't overextend. E-leader's forced to back up. Brush does go down. But the roller's back, so is the Junior. And that Booyah Bomb just forcing them to move in places they wouldn't necessarily want.
2 on bridge. Looks like Legato might be thinking about dropping down to get zone.
And they'll be able to cap because it's just the Brush left.
And plus the bubbles, that's just too much pressure to deal with at the moment.
30 seconds left. It's been such a close game. It's anyone's still. Hopefully we see them build specials before they try and push back in. The Junior does go down 1 point away from armor.
2 down from Inkception. Looks like this game is also going to go to Legato.
But what a close game.
Yes, very close. Such a back and forth match that some of the times I didn't even know who was in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so close and such great plays from both teams and pretty good special coordination on both sides. If Inkception had just been able to get that armor at the end, they would have had a way easier time pushing in, but the Junior got just 1 second before it, which is, as a Junior player, always a little bit painful.
Now we're moving on to
Clamblitz Piranha.
Clamblitz. So this is a very interesting Clamblitz map because I feel like it has such a different feel than other ones.
It does, and right ramp is such an important position for both teams.
Yeah,
because it's
right ramp. You see all of mid, and it's very hard to hit you unless you flank from behind the ramp.
Yeah, you see all of mid, and it's easy to push from right. It's the best place to set up a push from. Also, those ramps favor brushes so much. They allow so much pressure to be applied. Absolutely. Like if there's a brush up there, it's a nightmare to get them down.
And we can look at how some other groups are doing. Ocean 7, 2 up above their team. You know what Inkception and Legato is. Legato's up 2. And
2-0.
2-0. Nightshade X, 1 up over Arcadia. Pick Up Besties and Tidal Abyss tied 1-1 right now, so whoever gets game 3 is gonna get it. Swim 2-up over Revert Redux, and Bamboo Dragon is already 3-0 over the Deep Sea Devils.
The Ante 3 over Joy-Con Drifters, and BitClam up 2-0 over Sabotage. And here we go. Here's the game.
Alright. I always like, it's always interesting to see how people start on this map, because I see a lot of supports go left to paint up where all those clams are, and then a lot of slayers go right to get some early picks out in mid.
Yeah. Nice to see a squeezer come out here. What a strong pick for this map.
Yes, it's very open in some places. You can definitely abuse it.
They are going armorless, but it's heavy deco. Oh, nice.
Oh, I just noticed all of Inkception is using the exact same headgear. They all have
that's
same glasses
fun.
on.
We do see a more traditional comp coming out on the side of Legato.
And missiles are out all on Inkception. They're going to force to back up a bit, but it doesn't look like it's anything they can't handle. Oh, but one is down, the roller.
And the brush is able to apply a ton of pressure here, just outranging that ink brush and pushing them out of the way. Nice bubbles from the heavy, though, for defense. Keeping themselves alive for a second.
Down. That's a wipe on Inkception.
That's going to be a really strong push for Legato.
Yeah. Already in the 60s, 50s.
Bubbles coming out just to hold that position stronger.
Inkception's really going to have to try and not panic here. It's nerve-wracking to see those numbers drop down, but if you keep feeding, you're not going to have a chance to stop it.
They aren't. That wall coming out is going to be super helpful, though. It allows them a little bit more space to work with. Bubbles, good trade there from the squeezer.
There's a jump in, more clams from Buddy, throwing it in, all the way down almost to the single digits now. Is it going to be a single push?
It could be. But it looks like they might not be able to get any more clams in time. Yeah, K-Shot had to jump out. Looks like they might be... Looks like Inkception is still in this. They do have 2 bubble weapons, so when they push, they can do a really, really strong push. But they need to be able to get in first. It's where I would
down on Inkception.
It's where I would love to see a missile or something.
Yes. Oh,
nice from the heavy there. Beautiful. Just being patient, waiting for the right time. They have those bubbles ready and they don't want to lose them. They're just having such a hard time getting into mid right now, just because they don't have most of the weapons just aren't able to push. No. The armor and the missiles keep them from being able to push too much. Nice mine, annoyed the other team enough to get them to back off. Good bubbles here, stalling the push, enough to keep the other team from being there immediately.
But Inferno's bubbles used to push right
beautiful.
through all.
Looks like they might be able to make a push out of this.
3-person wipe on Legato.
Last is that K-Shot having to back off very heavily, and a brush just trying to challenge them. Bubbles are out.
Mid.
Trying to get some quick picks. Not quite able to find them, but allowing Inkception to find more space. More bubbles out from the heavy.
3 down on Inkception. Risking another push from Legato.
I will say the special combination on the side of Legato is just so strong. Yeah. That armor and missiles and bubbles, it applies so much pressure. And it looks like they're going to get another power in here. And we'll see if this is a knockout push.
That might be game.
That might be game.
2 more clams. And looks like
they got it.
That's it.
A beautiful game from Legato. Just played it super clean. They played smart and patient. And they pushed quickly when they needed to.
Absolutely.
Wonderful special combinations to see.
Clam Blitz is the game mode where you see team coordination at its finest. Other modes, it's like if everyone's good one-on-one, you can do pretty well. But Clam Blitz, you have to have that team synergy to be able to get a lot done.
Absolutely.
All right, and that is the end of group round 1. We still have other teams battling it out, not on stream. We can look at some of those. Quite a lot. A tied with Mellow, which is good. Ocean 3 had Wipe. Intimidation factor. Huh? Okay. And yeah, that's about it for Nox and I. Thanks for having us, and Groups round 2 will start shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to LSL. I think this is 14, if I'm not mistaken. Do correct me if I'm wrong. I am Cater, and I'm joined here by Joe Ryan today.
Yeah, this is 14. You are correct.
All right, wonderful. I'm not great with numbers. I'm just making sure, but hey, good to know. We've got Up the Ante versus Sabotage, which is going to be really exciting because we know members of both these teams. Sabotage I've played before, and then Up the Ante has a lot of members from Forge Prefect. So I'm very excited to see what these two teams have.
In all these maps of bugs, it is pretty interesting. With Columbus and New York Core Game 1, with Spartans on Make More Game 2, then Tower Control and Block in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be starting off, like you said, on Clan Blitz on New Albacore, which is, I feel like a lot of people have strong feelings against this map mode. I, for one, really, really like it. How do you feel about it?
Honestly, it's a kind of weird map. It's kind of would be like a 50-50 kind of thing, since the great area would be mostly the scary area for a lot of people, but there is a sneaky area that most of the Slayers can just go on and play insane.
Yeah, it is. It's certainly like that. But of course, we're seeing some really cool weapon picks. We've got the Kenza Gluga dualies coming out, as well as a ballpoint splatling. So the ballpoint's gonna fare really well in those grades because, of course, it's really enhanced mobility, as well as splatling sent to run a lot of run speed up, and then it's really long range. Well, that's basically all that you need to do well in grades. We've also got Zap 89s coming out of both sides, which is not necessarily something I'd expect, but hey, it's really nice to see.
It would be kind of just equalizing a missile combo on the side of Up the Ante. They do have a armor by a regular junior, but for the Sabotage, they do have the Kegugla. And surprisingly enough, Sabotage has kind of this no Slayer comp, but they do have a fault line, which is actually going to be pronounced by the Kegugla, but actually Lemming getting that direct for the K Rapid.
Yeah, getting taken out by the Gluga shortly afterward, who goes on to get another pick. Very nice plays off of them. We're not really seeing any pushes from either team yet. I'm pretty sure they're just kind of trying to find their ground. I mean, there's a lot of blue paint from Sabotage in mid right now, but Up the Ante is slowly coming out. I mean, both teams also have the same amount of clams, which is pretty interesting. We're about a minute into the game right now, and though Sabotage has nice control of mid, they don't have that huge opening yet that you really need for a clams push. Glugas here are almost to armor, and actually you see both teams have a good amount of specials on. Up the Ante's going to pop their armor, and the Rapid going for this ledge pick here. They're not going to quite get it though, but they do have their baller at the ready. Unfortunately, two of their teammates are going to go down, so it looks like they're going to have to back up or risk death, and as you can see, they've used that baller to stay alive there against the Glugas who are attacking them. Meanwhile, Sabotage also just had two players go down, so it's really back and forth right now, as it looks like Up the Ante's using the opportunity to go in for a push right now.
Yeah, really, just the main reason why it's going back and forth is really because each time there's always the two players down, but right now it looks like Up the Ante might have the lead to actually go in and get a score right now. With actually the junior Rage actually putting in the clam. It's going to be the first one in the game after 2 minutes, which is actually because of the comp that Sabotage has, which is no Slay comp like the K-Gal, and the Zap spam is not really going enough for their favor. We can see right now that really Up the Ante just having so much fun, just staying inside the base and having up to 29 in the first push.
Oh yeah, I mean, that Rapid is also getting out as well, using that baller to stay alive. And I mean, that's just that survival strat that we've seen out of them a lot. They got chased down by the Glugas, but like you said, all the way to 39 is a very nice push. We saw them using the K-Gal splash walls to tank damage as they threw in a lot of those little clams. And I really do like your point about the Slayer. I mean, they have that K-Gal as a dedicated Slayer for the weapons. Although it looks like that Rapid is actually leading kills with 5K on Up the Ante, but Sabotage does have some specials online. Unfortunately, their Forge with the bubbles is going to get taken out. We haven't talked about the bubbles yet that much, but I feel like those are going to be really helpful if they somehow set up a push, because bubbles and clan blitz just really nice to have in general. They shield damage, they can be used to clear out areas, but they have to set up a push of their own first.
Yeah, the bubbles won't mostly be up to going to be for budget only, but or it would be for endgame, because you can easily just use it on the sneak area, or really for right now on the grade area, which actually Sabotage actually does do, which actually does give them a little bit of time, and Up the Ante actually does fall back a bit, but two down the side of Sabotage once again, giving actually Up the Ante the perfect time to sneak. If they have a clam in, but actually all focusing on the junior, they actually go for a jump, and they could actually go for the score, and actually that was the booyah.
The booyah was taken out, unfortunately, with that jump in, and so that attempted push is not going to lead to much. But they did not commit too hard for it, leaving 2 members alive, as well as one of their power clams. So good thinking on their part. Meanwhile, Sabotage has used this opportunity and this person advantage to get a little bit more of a foothold in mid, and you see Sapphire here on that zap, able to pop another missile, their 5th missile of this game. We are in just under a minute left, and there's still no points on the board for Sabotage, so they've got to act very quickly.
With Sabotage actually getting the 1 kill and maybe going for a double with the pro actually trying to get the junior and trying to get the kick out as well. That didn't actually help that much because it's still stuck in Semi. It's obviously Sapphire and the pro actually going down because of the missile. They're giving actually up to any the 4th bench mid with base dude and AO actually trying to take control once again, but they still don't have a clam. They only have the pity, so it would be really a tough time for them to score with actually up the Ante having all of mid control and extra ball just to seal it.
Yeah, and with that, they unfortunately go 3 down, leaving yet another opening for Up the Ante. Sapphire here, pretty much the only one left on the field, and they're going to quickly get taken down. The barrier is already broken as Up the Ante's able to get that power clam in, and with that, I mean, even though they do go 2 down, those clams in are going to end overtime as quickly as it started, and that's going to be game 1 going to them.
Yeah, the junior I think it all actually from the sneak as well. Mostly for Sabotage, they weren't really looking at the sneak. They were just opening up, and yeah, they were just looking at the very open spots. Even though AO got the 11 kills, yeah, they
as Grace would say, did someone say junior? But we did indeed. I mean, hopefully we get to continue to see Grace play junior. I really like their gameplay. We're gonna head on to Splat Zones on Mega Mart, where that junior will probably come in handy if they decide to pull it out again. I mean, armor, bombs, lots of paint. That's exactly what you need on a zone as big as this one is.
Yeah, mostly the double bomb grades would actually be really cool. But honestly, for this kind of game, for Sabotage, they may want to maybe change up the comp a little bit, because the no Slayer comp, well, the aggro comp but no Slayer might just be the huge issue right now. They do have the misses, all of that, but really, since they didn't have like a chance to really counter, I guess, something like the KL, they mostly just went the aggro and just played the stalemate. They really wanted to do the stalemate, just wait for kills.
Yeah, I mean, stalemate is playing for stalling only really works when you're already in the lead. If you're not in the lead, you need to be on the aggressive, and just trying to stall is not going to get you where you need to be in the game. It's more of a defense tactic, in my opinion. But yeah, I do hope that we see a little bit more of a proactivity, pretty much, from them.
And also, wait, since you're saying that it's kind of defense comp, this would actually work out for this mode, actually, since it's Splatoon, which is actually a defense kind of mode that you should do.
That's fair, yeah. I mean, especially if they get a really big opening, they can just kind of go into that stalling defense mode. We'll just have to see if they change their comp or not. But you do make a good point there.
Yeah, and we did see actually from the last game, they do have a really cool, they had a really good actually opening comp from the first game, so they could do it again. But this is actually really different now that Sabotage is actually having an armor and a Atrocitus coming up, and a nice scout for their end. While on the side up the Ante, we do see an ANSAP 96 armor, K-Pro, and a try as well. It looks like that they're going to go for a triple armor comp.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's triple armor. I think both teams only have one armor because...
No, that's triple.
It is... No. Glugas don't have armor.
No, for up the Ante, not for Sabotage.
It's processing. Oh, that is... Oh, my bad. I thought that was 96 deco. Okay, my brain isn't working, Jay. You're right, that is triple armor. Really an interesting thing to run on Splat Zones, but, I mean, it can be really well played if you just manage to chain that into a lockout. But right now, they are in a bit of danger as Sabotage has a great opening, all the way, already taking it to 42 in that first minute. However, a nicely placed Booyah Bomb and a push out of that lockout from Up the Ante means that they're able to take that zone right back. Both teams have switched their comps up, and it looks like they've had the same train of thought with, like you said, the Tri-Sloshers and the Gals coming out on both sides. It's pretty interesting to see that, because it is different kits on both sides. And actually, we've got 3 down on both sides. The Gal and the Glugas, the only ones left fighting for the zone right now.
it's kind of just weird thing that be the both kind of slow wave weapons, but the mostly can do a lot of firing power. But
Yes.
with up the ante actually getting the zone back, it could just do a penalty. But then once again for Sabotage, which actually is down to 40, and actually up the ante has the armor, has actually chance to get the zone again. Mostly if they just grind up the armor now, they could just maybe get the zone for maybe up to past the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean,
or two.
Yeah, I mean, Zap is of course an armor spammer, and then Tri can also be an armor spammer if it would like to be, and then you've got Gal with these slower but probably really well placed armors, and so just all of that can really back up that K-Pro, because you know K-Pro with armor is kind of a scary sight. And of course, true to that, up the ante's got the zone in their control, heading up on that lead and forcing Sabotage into probably what's a lockout, just like Sabotage had them at the beginning of the game. So they pretty much have one chance, that's it, to get out, maybe two, into the zone. But with one down on up the ante, hopefully they can do that, as you see the Inkjet getting popped, the armor getting popped as well, and so very nice special coordination out of them as the splashdown there to finish it off and cap the zone, and just like that, it's Sabotage in control.
It actually for Sabotage, they wouldn't have gotten easy quad if actually the Tri to went a bit more forward. They could have just got right there, but they were playing it safe, which is actually really good. So they could get the zone, obviously. But yeah, for right now, Sabotage with having a lot of control over the triple armor cup like we saw in the start of the game, but with the armor coming out, basically it could be the time for up the ante to actually recap the zone with 2 down inside Sabotage. They've capped the zone once again.
Yeah, they might have double popped that armor, but it doesn't really look like it matters, as it was still so well timed that they're able to, again, flip it right back into so much control of mid for them. This is pretty much the definition of back and forth here, but both teams are doing an amazing job of breaking out of the logouts that their enemy team is pushing them into. That penalty is taking down for up the ante, though, and with 3 down on Sabotage, that junior is going to be forced to hold their armor if the members of up the ante don't get to them first. And of course, up the ante has armor, because when you have a triple armor comp, you're always going to have armor. Meanwhile, the members of Sabotage have respawned, they've got their splashdown, have their armor and their inkjet, so this is their last chance to go out for the zone, as that Booyah Bomb's painting over it. We're in the single digits now, and with that splashdown just a hair too late to take back that zone, and that's going to be a second game for up the ante.
Yeah, and actually, from the comp that would change from game 1 with going more aggressive comp, up the ante actually pulled a 40 chest and actually knew ahead that they would go for the aggressive comp. So you can kind of say Sabotage just got sabotaged.
Of course, this is a playoff 3 set, so we are going to be able to see Tower Control and Inkblood Art Academy, and as always, in groups. Getting 2-1 is better than getting 3-0, because every single game counts. It could be that one game that takes you to a bracket or denies you from getting into it. I'm sure we've all had our fair share of things like those, you know, making it or breaking it just by that one game. But of course, Inkblood on Tower, one of those maps where, you know, the second checkpoint really is the choke point.
Yep. Honestly, for this, I wouldn't mind actually seeing the Tri coming back from both sides, and definitely for the up the ante, them having a Nightshade would actually be pretty cool. But honestly, seeing a junior come back for Armor Sam would actually help them a lot.
Oh yeah, we love to see that, junior. We in this house, we love and support our support players, you know.
yo, we are support gang right here, because yeah.
I mean, having played my fair share of support, I can say it's not as easy as a role as everybody makes it out to me, and that's coming from an anchor player. But
yeah, being from a support main, it is kind of fun just to spam hours.
It's hard. It is hard. But of course, Inkblood Tower it's just kind of one of the map modes where, like I was saying, it really snowballs after that checkpoint, but it can also be a really hard struggle to push if both teams have a good defense. It's one of those maps that can either be really high scoring, or it's just a long, drawn out, agonizing 5-minute struggle to get the tower out of mid.
Yeah, literally just because of the case of mostly the 2 blocks there would be a good sniping point for both sides if they have a long range weapon. And as well, mostly the choke point that you said, it's in the sneak area, so anyone can just throw bombs there and just like they can spam bombs a lot over there that you can just get screwed over unless you have a long range weapon as well. Unless you can do like good sneaks and all that. Otherwise, from there, you're kind of in a choke point, like you always said on that.
Yeah, of course, and when you're pushing that tower onto plat, if you don't have full control of it, it's really easy to get shut down because of course you have that area that extends behind it that the enemy team has access to. But I believe in this map mode you also have access to it. So if you can take advantage and control of that area as well, I mean, more power to you. This can turn into a lockout very, very quickly if you're smart about it.
Yeah. Basically just too long didn't we just take control of mid and you can have everything.
Yeah. Again, I mean, like, it's one of. I feel like one of this map is kind of where you can see almost anything come into play. I mean, we were talking about that junior, but a lot of the things could possibly do well here. We've got that ballpoint from that first game that we saw, the Glugas that we keep seeing. I mean, a lot of it can do well here.
Yeah, honestly, we might just see from Sabotage the Glue still coming back, but I won't be surprised if they might try to go for a ballpoint here. But honestly, for up the ante, they're a wild card because playing up the triple armor from
Yeah.
no, that's so ruthless, but it's worked out really well because of the weapons itself.
I mean, yeah, you love to see that kind of flexibility from teams, just kind of, oh, we have this little comp the first game. Oh, we've got triple armor. Oh, maybe we can do something else. It's really interesting to see and comment on, so I love looking at teams like that. It's just having so much just ability to pick and choose what you want to do in a certain map mode is really, really valuable, especially if you're able to play everything that you choose well.
Yeah. So, kinda, when is the ante going to be Armor Supremacy?
I mean, yeah, it's just this next match could honestly go either way because although we are currently 2-0 up the ante to Sabotage, Sabotage has been putting up a great fight against up the ante. I mean, we saw them have the moments of their own night. I do hope those Glugas come back. I think it would be really nice to see them. We've got a Slosher coming out and the Glugas as well. As they're deciding to stick with the 96 Gal Deco, and then we have Junior on both sides. So I suppose they did hear us say Junior.
Yeah, so the juniors for both sides does keep an armor for both sides. The Kegu is actually coming back, and the 96 that could coming back on the side of Sabotage, but actually them changing to a K-shot now on the side of the ante. They don't have the triple armor, but they do have a Slosher that's kind of new, and they do have the K-Rapid come back, and the Splash that's coming back as well for the dedicated Slayer.
Yeah, I can definitely understand the pick of Slosher on this map. It's similar to Maka where you have those two stacks on the either side. Wow, I'm so eloquent today. On either side, which can afford a lot of ledges, and there's also lots of little slopes for the Slosher to work. I mean, you can see them on top of that right now, trying to take out that Inkjet, who does unfortunately get camped. That's 2 down for up the ante as they attempted that first push, but still, who is this? I'm trying to figure out which weapon I'm watching. The Splash. Yeah, the Splash there getting a nice double with that Inkjet and then avoiding getting camped as well. So that push for up the ante is not dead as they get to that first checkpoint and taking out that K-shot. Very, very nice. So there's no missiles for them. The Glugos are also going down as well. And so that's going to be the first checkpoint falling with very little resistance from Sabotage. As here's exactly what I was talking about. Up the ante is now in complete control of Sabotage's plat as well as that upper area as well. The K-shot trying to take it, but just immediately getting taken out by the Slosher, and they're already past checkpoint 2 with Sabotage being 3 down.
There's really just nothing else to say because they did take mid and they actually got a lot of fights because of the openings that actually Sabotage had so much because they were so spaced apart, and they're just again they're having not really a couple time playing with a dedicated Slayer kind of that they're mostly spaced out maybe to a midline comp, but now with the more space of actually choking to get into the base, that's the only problem. So mostly for up the ante, they're going to go back, just waiting for them to actually come out of the base to get more kills on there. No sneaks going on the side of Sabotage, which is kind of surprising. Get right there, but actually direct from Lemon, which is kind of hard, but getting killed by the Kegula, and actually great training on the tower to actually bring back the tower all the way up to maybe the last checkpoint.
The tower doesn't even reset back to mid before up the ante hops back onto it. Unfortunately, they're 2 down, but that Slosher still so far up. On their own, they do get taken out, leaving the K-Rapid the only one. And so finally, Sabotage is able to relax a little bit. We are halfway through the match with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, and it is a bit of a scuffle for mid right now as we've got Sabotage with both the special and the person advantage, and I'd like to see them use this. They're going to pop those missiles and take out another member of up the ante, so hopefully they can turn this into an opening of their own. with the Klugas getting a very nice Inkjet pit and going for another. They've got some control of plat right now, but it's nowhere near the just complete chokehold that Up the Ante had earlier. And as you can see, Up the Ante's already in a defensive position on that plat, taking back control and on those upper areas, leading to 2 members of Sabotage getting taken out before they can get up onto that. So unfortunately, it looks like with them going 3 down, this push is going to end there.
With them going 3 down and actually for Up the Ante playing the defensive spot, they had the more range actually against Sabotage, surprisingly enough, with the game up and spot, which actually does actually end up with a pass. And now with 1 minute 30 seconds left on clock, really Up the Ante, all they need to do is just play defense because they have a lot of control and a lot of pain over Sabotage. So all they need to do is just make them in this stalemate that they have right now, because for Sabotage, don't really playing defensive. And they're just waiting for them to come to them while they're not letting them come to you. But actually great job holding onto the tower with 1 down actually on Up the Ante. It still doesn't really matter since really they need a full wipe at this point and to take control a lot of mid. But with Up the Ante doing the missiles, it might not really matter with mid left.
Yeah, definitely. Sabotage has unfortunately been on the back foot pretty much this entire match, with the exception of that mid fight that we saw at about halfway through, and with just some more picks. Grace getting 2 bomb picks in a row. Very nice job from them. That would be 3 down for Sabotage twice in a row, and with only 37 seconds left, that is not where they want to be. I mean, we were talking about proactivity earlier, and that's exactly what Up the Ante has been showing, and unfortunately Sabotage just playing a little bit passively has not been able to make the opportunities that Up the Ante has throughout this match. However, Up the Ante is 2 down with those. They do have those 2 specials remaining, but this gives Sabotage a little bit more of an opportunity to take back mid. They've got 15 seconds left plus overtime, so they can still very much make this happen. They've just got to move forward.
Yeah, for the move forward, they will mostly just need to keep it still. The army needs to stay on. But actually, with the June coming down, they won't have a chance to have over. But actually, the actually getting a kill with Sapphire being the only one in tower, and literally it's a 2v1 right now. 2v4 actually on the side of FTND and Prison Sabotage. But actually, the message coming out, which is actually going to kill the person off tower, and that will be it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a valiant effort from them, a nice overtime push, but unfortunately, just overtime pushes like that, you have much less time to gather specials, to gather your team, and it ends up sometimes being a lot scrappier than a more coordinated push would be. So Up the Ante is going to take that set 3-0, but of course, not for, I mean, that Gluga's getting top KA yet again. We saw very, very nice gameplay, so it was by no means a complete sweep.
Yeah, the Ghouls actually were playing really well, and they actually stuck with that the whole time. So that was actually really good of them to actually go show what they can flex on. Yeah, that definitely worked out, but just based on the coordination against Up the Ante, it wasn't really enough.
Yeah. And so we are going to be back in just a few minutes with round 3, and I'm also going to be going off of the mic. I'm going to be swapping out with Silent Shiro, but you will still see Jorian. So, and I will also be back for finals. So just please stick around, and you will be able to hear my wonderful voice again. But yes, we'll be back in just a few minutes for round 3. So stay tuned.
Yeah, see you then. And welcome back to Little Squiggly number 14. I'm joined once again, but I'm now here with Silent Shiro. How are you?
Hi guys.
How are you today?
Dude, I'm doing awesome. I'm like super excited to like be here commentating, so I hope it's awesome.
Hey, that's what we get to see. So yeah, we're going to be seeing right now Firefin Flamebacks versus Arcadia in this round 3 of groups. After this will be the brackets of top cut, gold bracket, and silver bracket, which we'll be watching gold bracket after this actually.
I think that'll be exciting to see, man. Because honestly, the games so far today, it's like they're just popping off, bro.
Yeah, we can see from actually the bracket itself that we saw before in the stream. But yeah, let's talk about the maps. Lampless Humpback, Spot Zones on Andrew B, and Rainmaker Surgeon.
Yeah, dude, those are all like really specific like maps and modes, bro. I guess it'll come down to which team is gonna like have the skill to excel. Because I feel like there's some places to get like locked out on some of these games, bro.
Yeah, definitely for Clampus, you can easily get locked out by just hiding on that hill and having a dedicated player just to just keep on throwing bombs, and also the switch, just keep on throwing bombs and spamming almost right there. And also Slosher would be a pretty good pick on the map, but
Oh,
we'll
for
see
sure.
right now.
All right, I'm excited to see the lineups, man. Slosher, yeah, definitely a fan favorite on this game, or this map, I mean.
Yeah, maybe a try, we'll see, as usual. And actually, no, we do see a regular Slosher coming up to Cheese Buff. But otherwise, Shiro, why not you start us off with saying intercomps?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so on the left we have the NZAP 89, they have the Soda Slosher, Octoshot, and a Neo Splash. And then the purple team's working with a CDS there, or is that just the regular?
It's
dual
VDS.
splashers? Oh, okay, so there you go. Regular dual. Oh my gosh, and there's already two coming out from him. Then they got the heavy splat, the K splat, and the some kind of a blaster there. I'm not
It's a
sure which one that is. The custom blaster. Okay.
Yeah, mostly
Oh my
for
God.
the mostly fine, whatever. But mostly on the side of Arcadia, right now they had a strong shot actually getting the 2 down and
Dude,
actually
for
getting
real.
the yeah, and they just straight up going on with getting 1 power time. They definitely could have got more in there, but actually the defense of Firefin, because they started up so quickly,
Dude, for
actually
real.
started well.
Honestly, I would have liked to see like a little more when they came out, because being able to get that double pick so early on, and then he's like already up there on their little their street next to the basket. I was excited to see like, okay, this is a strong first push, man. They're coming in hot.
Yeah,
But I think they shut him down pretty quick.
yeah, they could have done really quick as well, but mostly they didn't have. They actually, surprisingly on Arcadia though, they don't have an armor, so they didn't have really a second line defense. They're mostly trying to play all with 1 shot, 1 opportunity, which actually worked out pretty well. But for the Firefin Flamebacks, mostly they are, like you said, they are getting the camped out spot right now. But actually, Arcadia having the back line to stand trying from Starblit, and actually for everyone else, from Kiwi having the ball, they could
Yeah,
do
for
another opportunity to push.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see that happen too, because I mean, the purple team was trying to get back in there, the custom blaster, looking to take out that Inkception, but didn't quite work out, and then it just immediately shifted dynamics. And now orange team has mid at least. They're starting to push, even with those missiles coming out and the booyah, just trying to get the specials from Arcadia out there to stop the push. And we'll see if that makes a difference here.
And that actually did make a difference with a 3 down on the side of a cave, but actually Firefin Playmaker having 2 down, that's actually now a 3
another
down
pick
with a
there.
reset.
Indeed. Hopefully that'll be just what they need to take mid and try to get back in there. But there's some jumps coming in on the Flamebacks to see if they can hold on to mid here.
Yeah, for the Flamebacks, they do have a pretty slippery slope right now, but they actually got pretty knocked off because Arcadia having the whole paint advantage actually. They have a lot of fire rate ramp that does a lot of paint. The way they're having the whole time, but right now it's just a stalemate with Arcadia having the clan ball advantage.
Oh, and the heavy splatling going down there. Unfortunate to see, but actually that might relieve the purple team, or excuse me, the orange team of some of the pressure they've been facing. So we'll see if they can put together a clam and get what they need for a push here.
Yeah, maybe they can get 2 power clams if actually the Splash can do a single clam or get a single clam right now. But for right now, they do have 1 clam very essential. But the Splash trying to go for the Splash, and this might end in a cruelty because for right now, they could definitely go and put
Oh my gosh,
3 down.
there's the 3 down on the left. I was wondering like which side are they going to commit to pushing here if they can get that 1 down. But they managed to, there you go, just like kind of delay wipe. They're breaking the barrier, instant lead coming out. That's some good work, I think, by the Flamebacks. Just kind of holding back until they knew exactly where they were going to push. And Arcadia making the choice to like have their heavy hop down off of that. It was a great spot on that bunker, but for whatever reason, they wanted to hop down. And then that just gave Orange Team what they needed to open it up.
It's a chance of an opening, and it's a chance of opening and a chance of a overextendment that actually happened for them. So for right now, that actually did give Flamebacks a really huge advantage on getting down to 33. But for right now, with okay, trying to just get steps on the middle for right now, actually despite trying. Found out the stick, actually gets the stick, but actually might be getting the blaster with the help of the slosher, mostly giving the blaster in a little bit of a tipsy tail way, being stuck in mid.
Let's see if he can pick up that kill there. Oh, a trade coming out from the Inkjet. Nice kill for that Neo Splash. But that might be exactly the distraction they needed in order to break the bucket here. Or the basket, excuse me.
Yeah. And
oh, not quite. He just backed up there. I was looking at the wrong half of the map.
Don't worry, same here. But for right now, they're actually going for a jump, and they can actually get double with actually 1 down, 2 down.
Oh, 2 down for Arcadia team. Oh, there's a 3rd down. So we're going to see if this VDS wants to push it or if he's going to fall back here. That's the problem being behind this late in the game. Is like they have to push, but if they can stay cool in order to coordinate their specials or get in together, I think they can make a difference here.
Yeah, but mostly there's no really issue about having the weight back, because actually for the comp they actually do have a little bit of weight back because they are running a bit of a backline, versus all come like a heavy comp that actually going a bit of backward. But with the 2 down on the side of Flameback, 3 down on the side of Flameback, that's actually a wipe on the side of Flameback actually.
Dude,
okay, just
last
get
jump
clam.
in there. For real. They can pick up that last kill. Oh, not quite there, but they got the power clam. Let's see if they can get in with it. Oh, and he drops it due to that death. We just gotta hold on, but they can see him, so if they know exactly where to go for him, that might be game.
That is game.
Oh, that's gonna be it, I think.
Yeah, that is definitely it. But actually, finally just getting a little bit of hope. That will be it. Okay, actually losing the first one to Firefin Flamebacks.
For real. I liked their second half of the game when they finally were patient enough in order to get in, and Arcadia had that bit of an overextension with their heavy splatling dropping down. It just gave them that 3 down and then the delayed wipe they needed to take the clam that broke the clams, and then bam, that big lead that come out. But then their gameplay shifted to just holding, and
yeah.
I think that was a good way. That was a good way for them to make sure they held on to the lead instead of oh, let's just keep going. Let's just keep trying to play that, because Arcadia's defense was strong, man. It was hard to break through. It was just that one weak point or just that one play that I think shifted them away from that.
Yeah, they really just gave a big open point, and they just went for it, and they actually put that really well, giving Firefin Flamebacks actually a progressive kind of attitude against Arcadia in the second half, which would be continuing on to this game mode now. Since this is splat zones, this is more of a defense tactic, would be actually more benefiting to Arcadia, since they do have the backline. They can maybe switch to a heavy and just hit everywhere they want, having the range essentially the insanity with that against Firefin Flamebacks. But them being the aggressive more comp, they could maybe just sneak around it, but okay, they've been all-arounders, so they can just be sticking on the map. So this would be a really interesting match to see how Firefin Flamebacks would be going through this.
I agree. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did both teams have a heavy remix on that game before? They both had the Booyah remix?
No, they didn't. Only Arcadia did. Firefin Flameback had no backline.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's what I'm looking to see, because I don't know what it is about Booyahs and splat zones, and let alone Anchovy, bro. But it's I feel like everybody brings a Booyah to the party on this particular map.
The reason why everyone brings the Booyah to zone, because it can cap the zone a lot. Just 80% of the zone, it can be capping just a little bit of ink, mostly from something like a junior, or even one slosh from the soda slosher on the side of Flameback. They can actually just cap the zone easily right there.
All right, well, I guess we'll see what they're bringing to the party right now.
Yep. We see if on the side of Firefin Flameback the same comp. And the same comp. No, yeah, actually you're right. The Tri-Slots are coming out on the side of Arcadia with the CDS coming out this time, not the VDS.
Indeed, not the VDS. Okay, both teams heading toward the middle. We'll see what they're going to start with here.
Yeah.
Okay, dang, they got that armor really quick on for Flamebacks there, and they're already going to start pushing in. Oh, but his teammate goes down quick. Let's see if he can manage to get out of there. Slosher pushing in. Oh, he jumps out. Smart move there. I think that was the Enzap he jumped out.
Yep, that was the Enzap actually did jump out on the side of Flameback, but on the side of Arcadia, the Enzap actually did die, but actually, by the side of Arcadia, they're having the huge lead. And since the Enzap, since on their side, one of the players actually overextended a little bit, that actually cost them the zone.
Oh, goodness.
Well, for right now, it's just Firefin Flamebacks is just having a struggle on trying to aim for anyone really, but actually the bomber coming out from the splash, but it might be like nothing going on with that because actually no, Nevermind actually saves them a little bit because it ends up Enstalker actually fighting the zone.
For real, that Enza was able to get that first pick on the CDS, and then the second with some assist from his teammate there, the Slosher. They were able to take down another member of Arcadia, and I think that really helped in order for them to, shift momentum. Now they got the zone in control. We'll see if they can hold on to it here.
Yep, but now it's just just a fight back against Arcadia is playing defense against the aggression of Firefin Flamebacks, which we did see from the last game, but now it's a little more earlier than expected, which is really helpful.
Yeah, that was a smart shift on left, I think. They all ended up going for that Neo Splash, and he just couldn't hold it down. At first, I was going to say, man, like, Cheese Puff, the Soda Slosher, was, like, really holding it down on that fan. I was like, great, he's just providing a lot of defense. There's no way they're getting through. But Arcadia picked up on that quick, easy shift left to the pillar, and that one Neo Splash just was not enough to hold it, man.
Yeah,
so
look at
able to take that control.
Yeah, but look at easy shift right now with Arcadia actually having the full pedal to the metal against Firefin Flamebacks, actually just camping them in the base, sneaking in through, but with actually Splash coming down, killing the Tri-Starter by the wreck, and mostly trying to cap the zone once again. It might be a bit of an issue with the heavy spotting still on full fire.
For real, manages to jump out. I don't know if he jumped all the way back or just his teammate there, but that was a nice little retreat move.
Yep.
But Flamebacks back in control of the zone. See how long they can hold it for. Oh, not long. And the Soda Slosher just unfortunately taking that 2v1 to the face.
And surprisingly, actually, the Splash alone actually kept the zone, which gave them a little bit of penalty that they actually need for this.
Just hold some time down, huh?
Yep. Actually, the ends up almost getting a. When actually the Splash almost got a double right there.
That armor came in kind of clutch though, man. Just having to pick off that couple extra hits of chip damage before, even being able to shoot them.
Yep.
They really gave it to Arcadia there, bro.
Yeah, and for Arcadia, they actually traded with the ends up. They actually traded with Splash. But for right now, again, Arcadia is just in the base right now.
I know they're just playing
so
hard on top of them, bro. I don't think they can be able to make it back in here for the game, but just like I like seeing the Firefin Flamebacks and their constant like jump backs and regrouping. But on like a zone like this where like you can get shut out like that, especially with like constant booyahs coming in, the armor to keep the push going. Like, how do you fight back through that?
Yeah, it's honestly just really insane for them. They really just had no opportunity to fight against more tower, like they had a more towering comp over Firefin Playback because Firefin Playback once again went for an all aggressive comp, and since they didn't have any chance to aggress really by paint or even try to go by sneaks, they got kind of screwed over right there. But now with Mainmaker's and Shipyard, this should be on the side of Firefin Flamebacks going the aggressive kind of comp, but for Arcadia, since again they have the backline and they have pretty strong support for the teammates as well, being good together and actually going for a lot of snakes, it looks like the Arcadia could actually get this win as well and making this 2-1 to Arcadia actually.
So I guess it's going to be a matter of seeing if like their offense is strong enough to break through Arcadia's defense here.
Yep, that's basically what it is. And actually, looking at the score now, if it is 1-1, whoever wins this game could be moving on to a bracket.
Oh my goodness, that'll be exciting to see. I like the gameplay from both of them, but I think this game is really going to tell us like whose skill is really better, like good enough to move on, man.
Yeah, and actually, if we can find something right here, actually this is a deciding factor actually on who moves on to the gold packet and silver packet. If Firefin Flamebacks wins this, they move on to silver bracket. But if Arcadia wins this though, they move on to silver bracket.
Okay, so there's a lot riding on this game here.
Yep, there is.
So it figures it would end up being a Rainmaker match. They're really gonna have to put the whole objective on their back, man, for this.
Yeah. I'll be surprised if anyone does the hammer trick if they know it. Blink,
But
blink.
that's true, I've been seeing that around a lot.
Well, let's see if anyone actually does run the hammer, to be fair, but it doesn't really matter either way because it's just fun to see.
Okay, we're looking for these hammers on the left team. Okay, they're keeping their comp pretty much the same. Except for that Nautilus, interesting to see. And then on the right, we got a double, is that a double K shot?
That's a double
my
K-shot
gosh.
comp.
So they're going, I think instant pop at least with those suction bombs. And then the missile spam is going to be disgusting.
It definitely would be. Actually, no, you're right. It looks like it would be going for the missile to actually lean off and get the starter and get the win and mostly split up all of Firefin Flamebacks apart if they actually get the double missile. But both of them actually fall apart and actually die first. But actually, the mid going over to a equalizer with actually R&R with the blaster actually maybe getting a double or triple with that, getting one
At
slosher.
least the first pick on the slosher, right? So they're going to see if they can push up on the Nautilus here. Oh, it doesn't quite make it on the way on top to the spinny. But yeah, that initial bloodbath just really set the scope for the game. But ultimately, like Green Team was able to take advantage off that. And now we got the double Inkjet fight coming out here.
Yeah. Firefin Playback can bring up to 7. No, okay, actually bringing up to 76, but the defense, because of the knowledge actually doing the inkjet, that actually saved them again a little bit. It looks like Private with the Rainmaker is going to go through the left path. A very sneaky and kind of hard path to go to. They actually take the lead. They're going to avoid it.
Yeah, just unfortunate there. They try to get as high as they could, but you know, it's a tough place to try to go up on that ramp. Like, there wasn't a lot of like paint control to make it past that, but I like seeing that ends up, you know, going on top to the spinny and just like providing some initial offense and then shifting the team's attention away from them trying to carry the Rainmaker a little further. Nice lead on 62. There's not a lot to go off of there, but we'll see if they can pick up any more. Green team back in possession now, right?
Yeah, he's back in position.
Or
Must be going
Arcadia,
to go the way. Yeah. Okay, green team, they're both blade to trees, so it's fine. But yeah, for right now, okay, is just playing the defense side and mostly trying to figure out which way to go, but actually and to kill on the Inkception who was soloing alone. But for right now, for Firefin Playback, they actually have the Dodger going up to mid. They can actually get the kill against the
for real, the custom taking him down there. I was excited to see like the Rainmaker just standing there, just trying to, you know, hold it down. Nobody's really trying to attack him, and then Custom Blaster makes it there just in time in order to get a nice pick, and then allowing them to see if they can break through here and get a bit of a lead. Oh, but Purple Team coming back in really strong. Oh, and just not quick enough in order to get that lead they need.
Yeah, honestly, for Strawberry, they're trying to go for the jump again, but honestly, what they should have done is just went straight through the left and actually tried to go for the front, because that actually equals still amounts of points that
I was thinking, I think that would have been nicer, man. I agree.
Yeah.
But they managed to make it back. Like, they held it down long enough. They got an extra blaster kill in order to just hold the Rainmaker there. So we'll see if they can get another pick or two, if they'll be able to make that push. Oh, and a quick trade going there on the spinner.
Yeah, and long time purpose, that trade actually would mean everything on the side of.
Oh, okay, that's 3 down.
That's a wipe.
Just a delayed wipe there. It's okay, so but they reset the Rainmaker, so they gotta go pop it, and then we'll see what they can do with that. But I hope, let's see if they'll be able to take lead. Got a Ray coming out just to provide more pressure. Okay, they're trying to cope that wall there. It's getting really tight there. Okay, and they managed to take out the Octo shot, but he falls. The Rainmaker fell. Oh my goodness, can they make it back up in time? Oh, they lose just the 2 points. Just 2 points to try to get a little further. See if they can manage that.
Yeah, again, this is the reason why that really what Arcadia should have done is not go for the jump. They should have just went straight for this punch to actually get the point, because that equalized them out. They always are trying to go for the jump, which actually would be a sacrificial side for them. And actually, they almost listened, and they almost got it down to 62 and hitting the sponge, but point out the kill.
Going for that pop yet again. Okay, up the sponge. This might be what they need. Oh, but they're just not able to paint the sponge enough. See if that K-shot can make it out of there. Oh, not quite.
It was really close for them, but honestly, what they would have done if they didn't go on the spawn, they would have actually got the lead by that single wall. But for right now, it's a really close game by 2 points right now. Very just just the blaster is actually just popping up, getting it two for them, and mostly for right now they're just staying in mid. They're trying to play defense as much as possible. But
for real, honestly, I'm loving the blaster gameplay, because like I also like how his name fits into it. You know, his name is R&R, but he's not giving them any rest, bro. He's trying to go all in and make sure that they have no chance to like fight back. But it looks like Purple Team, the Flamebacks here might have the opportunity they need to like shift control back to their side. They got mid, got the Rainmaker. We'll see what they can do with it.
Honestly, what they're doing right now is trying to play defense game. They should really maybe want to go for a bit more of a push a bit, maybe not go for the jump like Arcadia is trying to do, but actually, are they going to make the jump but holding it up with the K-shot? Only they're alone. Actually, they do get the K-shot, and Jet's actually down as well, so there's no stinger, but it's only the blaster right there with only 36 remaining. They actually made up to 57. They actually might go for the KO right now.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, you're already here, you might as well give it a shot. There's a clear path painted. They managed to take down that Blaster. The Blaster already respawned. Oh, Blaster takes the Rainmaker out. Oh my gosh, like it just feels like we're at endgame no matter how you cut it, bro. If Green Team manages to pop it, we'll see what they can do, but this is it, man. They got about 10 seconds left.
Yeah, but the Slot is waiting, just waiting for the kill. Slot is ready for the slaughter, waiting for a bit, but actually getting killed. And with Stop it actually having the Rainmaker last, with the Archer actually already down, they need to go for a hard push right now.
I was gonna say this is gonna be a Hail Mary. They got 2 down there, but can they like follow up on it? Just that strong push through mid. If they could even pick us, like they're basically gonna have to go right side, I would think. But if they can't manage to get through there, Inkjet's already out. It's just it's tough to try to break through that wall. Their defense has been so strong the entire game.
Yeah, they're mostly just waiting for a perfect opportunity right now, but with actually the bomb coming out, it looks like Zombie need to move. They actually have 3 down.
Somehow they got 3 down. Oh,
but
he runs in so quickly there. Just waiting for the Nautilus to just take him down.
Yeah, they're not saving the 1 for the side of Firefin Flamebacks, and they'll be moving on to the silver bracket. Little Squid League 14. Well, for Arcadia, it would be a good day for them. GG's for them, but they'll be out of the tournament.
Gotta say, those Flamebacks are really impressive to watch. Just the way they held on that, and in the Clams Humpback match, just that constant defense of switching from playing objective to then playing to holding objective.
Yeah, I think it was really good for them to actually go off. They did really well either way. GG to both team. But yeah, that would be it.
Agree. That's a great set to see, man.
It definitely was. But yeah, in the end, that will be it for the group stage. We'll be going to go on big now. And that will be actually it for both of us. Shiro. So
Indeed. I decided to commentate, bro, and to like see it all happen. It was amazing. It was a good set. I was like entertained and impressed the whole time. And I think I'll see some people back here for some top cut games.
Yeah, and mostly just the last thing to say, just be sure to follow the Squid League's Twitch account right now and the Twitter account that should be linked soon, and in the below in the panel cards, and just be sure to keep on watching for more entertaining content. I'm Joanne, and he has been Shiro, and we'll be signing off, and we'll be waiting for you guys at Top Cut.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to Little Squid League number 14, where we'll be having our wonderful top cut. This is Vapor here on the mic next to Brush. How's it going?
It is going really well. I'm super excited to see this matchup here. Sannakji and Tidal Abyss. A much more recognized team and established team, Sannakji, versus something that feels more of a new kid on the block, Tidal Abyss. Making their debut in Low Ink July last month. So a definite important matchup for Tidal Abyss to prove their place in standings.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say Rainmaker Snapper Canal is up first. I was wondering if you had any thoughts.
Ooh, yeah, Rainmaker Snapper will definitely be very interesting. It can be very one-sided if you just have the rest of your team push up across the mid while having your backline or your furthest range weapon pick up that Rainmaker and just trail behind, putting some Rainmaker pressure.
For sure. I mean, I know it's been drilled in time and time again, and it's totally a cliche at this point, but like Rainmaker pushes, these fast pushes on this map up street can be completely devastating. That said, the slower left side push can be more coordinated and can really prove to the team's strengths and weaknesses. So seeing how these teams are able to interact with that left and right side. But we're going to get going here. Sannakji and Tidal Abyss, round one of top cut here in gold bracket. I'm really interested to see, comp-wise, if we see some Stingrays. Doesn't look like Sannakji is going to pull one out, but we get a C-Jet on the side of Tidal Abyss. Otherwise, pretty similar comps, both teams with K-Shots and Nautiluses.
Yeah, these teams very similar to each other. C-Jet on the side of Tidal Abyss being the longest range weapon on the field, but paired up with that Kenza roller can definitely use bubbles to help make a push.
Missiles are going to be popped here early by Tidal Abyss. That's going to force Sannakji on the right side here to back up a little bit, but the Nautilus there is going to take a more aggressive approach, pushing up his Prosp. Looking to get armor ready. The Zap has it. Two more specials online. Missiles come out. They're going to find a quick pick on that custom jet, forcing the rest of Tidal Abyss onto the left side. The Nautilus Inkjet is going to find another pick, leaving just the K-Shot there at mid, and Sannakji is gearing up to make their first push.
Yeah, Sannakji grabbing that Rainmaker, pushing it all the way to the left, getting away from mid. Not a bad idea, but 3 members end up going down. And I think that was actually a delayed wipe as the Nautilus comes in from spawn. Ray
Right,
coming out.
Tidal Abyss here looking to get some quick points. They're going to get just barely a little bit lead, 65 points. That's the difference between a left side and a right side push on this map. Tidal Abyss, though, they're going to go 2 down for it, leaving the Nautilus alone at mid. The K-Shot on the side of Tidal Abyss taking a really beautiful flank here, looking to force a couple more points. They're going to get it all the way down to 50. Specials still ready on the side of Sannakji, and now a 3v2 situation in their favor.
Yeah, that might not be bad. They have 3 specials online for Sannakji as well. So they can definitely make a devastating push here coming up as that bomb rush comes out, trying to paint up a bit. Try to put some pressure onto your opponents using missiles and jet. This is where you need to make that push. Props here, trying to take out that roller, which the roller will end up going down, but the counter jet from Tidal Abyss getting a nice pick on that Rainmaker. 3 down on the side of Sannakji.
You mentioned early on the C-Jet was the longest range weapon, but Sannakji ambered there, taking the Rainmaker, really used it to their advantage, backing up, holding that left side hill area, and just lobbing as many shots as they can. And on the other hand, we see Tidal Abyss here taking a much more aggressive approach to that Rainmaker, ending up alone, but they're going to take the same spot, fighting this 1v1 against a Splash-O-Matic, and they're going to go down. Now a 4v3 situation in Sannakji's favor.
Yeah, Tidal Abyss didn't do too bad there. They had the right idea, but they left the Rainmaker go in alone. In a situation like that, and like this too, you don't want to go in alone. That roller should have played a little bit more patient, but with the amount of range you have compared to how aggressive Sannakji's comp is, you have to find a way to win some one-on-one fights that you probably couldn't win before.
On the other side of the map there, we see the K-Shot go down on the side of Sannakji. Now specials being popped on Tidal Abyss. They're going to find another pick on that Zap. 2 specials ready and online for Sannakji, though they're 1 down, so they're going to have to stall their push a little bit longer. Tidal Abyss going for this pop at mid. Sannakji has 2 minutes left on the clock, but with the pressure Tidal Abyss is using at mid, taking a trade like that, it's going to be difficult for Sannakji to grab this Rainmaker and take a push. The Rainmaker going down on the side of Tidal Abyss, that's going to leave a 2v1 situation. Then Nautilus, the only one left online for Tidal Abyss, the siege at that respawn. Sannakji now looking for a pop, trying to get rid of this Nautilus on the right side and grabbing the Rainmaker and setting up for a push on left.
Yeah, but having that amount of range that the siege has, able to take that pick, does end up going down though, but pausing the Rainmaker from moving any further in the meantime, not a bad idea. Good trade for Tidal Abyss there, and very good control so far.
A little bit of an overextension from that K-shot on the side of Tidal Abyss is going to allow Sannakji to grab that Rainmaker there and set up for a left side push. Another one down. Inkception coming online from Tidal Abyss, looking to pressure that Rainmaker. They will find the pick with the K-shot, trying to pressure that Nautilus. They're going to go down as well. Sannakji 2 down here with 1 minute left on the clock. They have to make a move soon.
Yeah, definitely, and with that Rainmaker reset as well, full reset on the field now, with a very neutral map control to both sides.
There you go. Tidal Abyss getting that pop, trying to get a little bit of turf down. Just really looking for those picks. Sannakji taking a very laid-back approach here on street. Tidal Abyss, though, with 30 seconds left, is going to grab this Rainmaker and try to stall it on the left side. Missiles coming online for Sannakji aren't going to find a pick, but with the K-shot going down of their own, then with the Nautilus, Tidal Abyss is actually going to look for even more points. They're going to be able to get this just up into their 50-point mark. 2 down on the side of Sannakji. Tidal Abyss might actually not be finished with this push.
Yeah, not at all. You see the roller trying to push up into their spawn. That does finally end up going down, but Sannakji needs to find that crucial pick onto the Nautilus and take out the Jet as well if they can. But this Rainmaker is getting pressured and ends up going down. Tidal Abyss showing that they are a very strong team here in Top Cut Round 1.
I mean, I think something super interesting about watching LSL and then going like next week and watching something like Low Ink is you will see a little bit of a skill difference. And we saw Tidal Abyss there taking another aggressive Rainmaker push at the end. They were able to get the right side flank and grab Amber at the end, getting them down. But that's still maybe more aggression than you might want to see when you have a prominent lead like that with 30 seconds left. But with Splat Zones, the Reef, that might not be as easy a mistake to make.
Yeah, definitely. With Splat Zones in general, you want to play a bit more passive, a bit more control-oriented compared to Rainmaker. Sannakji definitely had the control when they needed it. They just couldn't find the places to push in.
Right. I mean, we're already seeing we're seeing already a win on Mellow, 1-0 over Inkception, Firefin Flamebacks, 1-0 over Bamboo Dragons. So some other quicker sets there overall. Sannakji is looking to carry that momentum and keep it through to round 2. So are all these other teams that are taking good matches. As you said with the Reef, definitely being zones, those slower lockouts and those more controlled, coordinated holds are going to be vital to take this win. So Sannakji definitely spending more time in their pushes last game, looking for that coordination. They might actually be able to use that to their advantage and play a little more slower, a little more controlled, a little more maintained, letting Tidal Abyss kind of overextend, pushing them out.
Yeah. So weapons-wise, weapons, we could definitely see an Explosher come out here. It has insane amount of paint, but does anyone even know how to use Explosher? All we saw was a CTET with range.
Right. I mean, something I think I heard Nox say this morning in round 1 was in something like LSL, you're more likely to see players pick weapons they're confident with and not play necessarily super map mode based. So definitely something to keep in mind as we go into this round. Splat Zones, the Reef, Sannakji down 0-1 to Tidal Abyss. We do not see an X will come out, but we do see a K Jr. on the side of Tidal Abyss. Double booyah for them. An armor from that Zap on the side of Sannakji. So a much more aggressive special on the side of Tidal Abyss than we saw from last round. Bubbles coming out pretty quickly along with a booyah. They're going to look to control this first zone. They're going to find a pick on that Zap, which is vital. Getting rid of the armor weapon. They're going to find another one down in this zone. The K Jr. popping off a little bit here. 2 specials online for Sannakji, but they're not going to be able to really use them effectively. The Inkception coming out there, and they're going to find a pick, which is going to help their team be able to break back in a second.
Yeah, 2 down on the side of Tidal Abyss. Sannakji trying to push the zone. They get 1, they get 2, and now it's just pushing back it into their opponent's stairs, getting another 2, 3 picks actually, leaving the Zap last one alive for the side of Tidal Abyss. And as we said before, the slower pace of zones is helping them. And with their opponents having a backline, there is a little bit of wait time there. They have the more aggressive comp overall in this game.
Booyah Bubbles coming online for Tidal Abyss. They're going to look to control the zone. The second Booyah comes out, maybe a little bit too late, not quite being able to force the zone like they wanted to. Now 1 down, 30 ticks left on the counter. Sannakji is looking for a KO on their first cap. A 3v2 situation. Now the Nautilus going down, making that 2v2. The Zap taking a crucial trade. That's going to leave a 1v1 in zone. A K Jr. versus a Splash-O-Matic. They're going to be able to neutral the zone, but with a flank, that's going to go down. The Splash finding another pick. Now looking to cap the zone, getting rid of this... getting rid of this heavy splatling. The zone is going to go back in their favor. 15 ticks left. A flank coming out from that 52 out. They're going to be able to neutral the zone, but definitely a scary position if you're Tidal Abyss, especially if you're Alex on the zone right now trying to paint it.
Yeah, but Alex having that 52 gal, able to paint the zone well enough to get the cap, having their teammates come in, clean up the rest of the alley, and now Sannakji trying to close it out themselves, find a way to get back into the zone and take it back.
Inkjet armor coming online along with that suction bomb rush. That's going to force the zone with pretty ease. Missiles coming out. That's their 4th special all online. They're looking to cap the zone here. A fight going on in right tree. The K-Shot is going to go down to that Zap. The Splash following up to make it a trade. A 2v3 situation in favor of Tidal Abyss. Sannakji might want to back off the zone here and give it to them.
Yeah, but they're not backing off, and they end up going down, getting punished for playing a bit too aggressive there. But Tidal Abyss, you see 3 members on the left side of your screen right now. You should probably rotate 1 over, help your 52 gal, as you see 3 members of Sannakji rotating that way.
I mean, Tidal Abyss doing a good job mirroring where they see their opponents. I know, as you mentioned, like, there was an opportunity to drop in right, but as soon as they saw that jump out, they were able to rotate to the left. Specials coming online for both sides. Sannakji going to be able to get the cap here, making a 4v2 situation in their favor, now moving back into another lockout.
Yeah, and with that heavy going down, that's going to be a delayed wipe on the field. And these 3 members of Tidal Abyss really need to find a pick very soon to push into the zone. Just over 30 counts remaining, and the gal going down. But the Junior using bubbles onto their opponent's zone.
I mean, just beautiful call from Amber there, clearly knowing how to shark, knowing how to make that call, and seeing the teammates rotate over to support them. Now we see the Booyah coming back out on zone. That's going to be able to neutral it, but not quite enough. 2 members on the left side here. The K-Shot looking to do everything they can to get rid of him. They're going to go down. The 52 got popping Booyah to stay alive. They're going to throw Booyah on his zone, but eventually get called out. And now a wipe situation in favor of Tidal Abyss. Now looking to just crush these penalty points and go back into a lead.
Yeah, at this point, you need to try to force the lockout. Try to get your remix on top of that bridge if you can. Stop putting it on the bottom. That's not a bad position for the remix there, but it can't help on the other side.
Still, a much more aggressive spot might help them out here as the rest of Sannakji drops that left side. They're going to find a pick on Tidal Abyss. That's going to leave a 4v3 situation, but with 2 going down to Bubbles, it's going to be a 2v2 situation. Now with 10 ticks left for lead, Sannakji has to neutral the zone right here and take a cap. They're not going to find the cap quite yet, but they are going to find the picks. That'll be enough to get the zone in their favor. The Booyah coming online for Tidal Abyss. Sannakji has to go into an overtime win here if they want to get this counter in their favor.
Yeah, definitely over 40 ticks before they can take the lead, and they need to find these crucial picks too.
Right, I mean, Inkjet coming online for Sannakji, they're going to be able to find 1 pick on that K Jr. and find another one on that Zap. That's going to be enough for a 4v2 situation. 20 ticks left on the map. Booyah coming online for Tidal Abyss. This 52 trying to charge another one. That first Booyah will neutral that zone. 2 down though on the side Tidal Abyss. That'll be a delayed wipe. A very decent team. 6 ticks for the penalty point remaining, and just 3 more ticks, and that will be the win for Sannakji.
They had it down to the wire. Good comeback, and that slower pace mode probably definitely helped them.
For sure. I mean, it looked, the first half of that game, it was all Sannakji doing a great job controlling that zone, getting 100 to 11 in their first push. Tidal Abyss not really being able to have quite the hold they needed, but eventually getting the timer down a little bit past them, and Sannakji found a way to get them desynced, make them panic in that overtime, and take the win. So talking about speed in these map modes, tower control, I would say, falls somewhere between Rainmaker and Splat Zones in playstyle.
Yeah, definitely. With how aggressive both these teams can be, which we saw Sannakji making their pushes into the zone, Tidal Abyss has the aggression, as we saw on Rainmaker. Who has the aggression overall? Combine the two, we have tower control here. As you see here on the bracket, Intimidation Factor getting a 2-0 victory over BitClam, but Mellow Inkception in the 1-1 set, winner goes up against Ocean 7.
Right, I mean, talking about like speed of the maps, clearly teams like Intimidation Factor, Nightshade X, Firefin, Flamebacks were able to play quickly, they were able to play slow, and they're just gonna wipe the floor into a 2-0 situation. But like we're gonna see in a minute here, this third match with the tower's controlled path and having to play off of a static objective or a more slow-moving objective, that's going to be a struggle for these teams to really decide who's the true victor. And with Manta Maria's closed corners, that's going to be even harder.
Yeah, definitely. We did see the heavy on the side of Tidal Abyss, I believe that was. And with that Booyah Bomb, you can easily clear out that second checkpoint by throwing the Booyah Bomb on top of the tower there. But that first checkpoint, definitely going to be a hard one for both these teams to get by.
I think another thing to keep in mind, similar to Booyah, is in that street area, the bubbles can really make a huge difference. We saw the K Junior come out from Tidal Abyss last round. I believe we saw the K Junior round 1 from the side of Sannakji. So I think we've seen both of these teams know that they know how to get those bubble combos down. And so certainly when pushing the tower, if you can get past that first checkpoint into the street area, those bubble combos can be devastating on a push.
They definitely can. We are going to head into our game number 3 here between these two amazing teams. Let's see what they're going to bring to Manta Maria.
Right, match point set tied 1-1. We see the 52 Deco come out on the side of Tidal Abyss, along with that remix, as you called out, a Carbon Roller as well. But Bubbles coming out for neither of these teams, as they opt to play a much more aggressive playstyle. With that Carbon Roller and with the, actually, maybe on Sannakji, a much more defensive playstyle than we've seen from before. The Pro coming out in the remix as well might allow them to use their range to their advantage.
Yeah, that range is definitely something they want to do. Probably best at Tower Rider for Tidal Abyss right now would be that Carbon Roller, as it has a lot of killing power, but you also want that sharking power as one member goes down on both sides.
3v3 situation, but another bomb is going to be able to find 2 more picks. Or sorry, just 1 more pick, but that'll be enough for Tidal Abyss to hop on the tower here, make their first move, Booyah ready on the side of Sannakji. They're going to pop it, try to stall at the tower at this first checkpoint as the Carbon on Tidal Abyss moves into the top right bunker.
Yeah.
That Carbon doing a great job finding 2 more picks. The remix backing up on that elbow, getting forced out. The K-shot even getting forced into street. 3 down in favor of Tidal Abyss. Now finally the Carbon going down. 2 more specials ready though and online. Tidal Abyss is dominating the opening of this game.
Yeah, definitely. And so far that Stingray has definitely been very crucial. 2 Stingrays out already by that 52 Deco. And that Booyah Bomb Stingray combo can definitely easily be one of the most scariest combos, especially for offense.
1 down and 1 jump out on the side of Tidal Abyss. That leaves a 2v2 situation up by this tower. The Stingray came out, but it wasn't enough to save the remix as they go down. And now Sannakji can rest their hands a little bit, take a deep breath, and maybe look for another push here. The Carbon just sharking this bunker, looking for any pick they can grab.
Yeah, the Carbon getting triple teamed there. Unfortunate situation there, but they do call out where all their opponents are, and this heavy force it back up, playing a little bit aggressive.
Right, I mean, just that 3v1 talk to the Sannakji's ability to coordinate and call off each other. The Carbon going down once again leaves a 4v3 situation on the field as Sannakji gets their tower to the first checkpoint here. Looking to control this bunker is going to be super important for them. The Booyah coming online, armor as well. Now Booyah pops on the other side, Stingray on the side of Tidal Abyss. All the specials are flying, armor and missiles on the side of Sannakji, and they're going to end up 2 down in the fight.
Yeah, that Stingray didn't stop the tower to get the checkpoint, but checkpoint was grabbed by Sannakji, which definitely good for them. They have 2 more to get by at this point, but that Booyah will end up getting canceled, and this Carbon now moving around, staying alive, using that bomb rush, try to keep control in mid, but 2 down on the side of Tidal Abyss.
Now a 3v3 situation on the field. Armor missiles ready for the side of Sannakji. Those 2 specials are brutal on a breakout, but they're going to hold the missiles, just popping the armor, waiting for a 4v4 situation to pop those. There come the missiles. They're going to pop them pretty quickly, threatening that top left area. The Carbon getting called out. Sannakji now reaching that second checkpoint, but not before the Zap is going to be able to pull them down on the tower. A 3v2 situation in Tidal Abyss's favor. Sannakji's push here might just end before it's even started.
Yeah, they are able to make it to that second checkpoint, but can they get any further as they take out the heavy remix? A very crucial pick there, but the Carbon is sharking right by that tower, getting 2 crucial picks.
And the Junior then following it up, getting another one. This is very difficult for Sannakji. They're having trouble controlling that elbow area. The Pro now taking the trade against that Junior. Another trade happening. This is just the jumps here are not going to be enough for Sannakji to really hold the area. And with this remix being the last one up, they're going to jump out and maybe go for a reset as the tower goes back to mid.
Yeah, they need to figure out a way how to take out the crucial moment, the crucial weapons for Tidal Abyss right now, mainly being that 52 with that Stingray online, and the Carbon getting a nice pick there from behind, getting called out. Remix using their Booyah Bomb, double Booyah on the side of Sannakji, using both of.
Right, neither one will find a pick, and with Stingray and Booyah online for the other team, Sannakji is going to have to stay alive here a little bit longer. The Remix getting tunneled down by that Stingray. That's going to leave a 3v3 situation on the board. Missiles coming out. That's going to leave a 2v2 with the Carbon taking a trade. Now just the Pro and the Zap pushing up, getting called out from behind, a jump to tower. Just looking to force this checkpoint is Sannakji. The Remix, though, getting taken down by that 52 gal. And now another one, a Booyah coming online for Sannakji. They're going to get canceled. And with 5 seconds left, this looks like Tidal Abyss's game.
Yeah, definitely. And Tidal Abyss going to close it out. That was a very close game, if you think about it. Crucial moments being that early push by Tidal Abyss.
Right? I mean, playing that aggression like we saw in Rainmaker, that caught Sannakji off, not offline, but, off focus. What's the word I'm looking for? They caught Sannakji where they weren't ready and just held that forward button, getting control of that elbow, getting control of that top left, and Tidal Abyss will take round 1 at 2-1, sending Sannakji home.
Yeah, but very well played by both teams here. The aggression by Tidal Abyss definitely helped them out, as you said. But let's see how they do heading further into Top Cut. We'll see you guys with the round 2 coming up shortly. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Little Squid League number 14, where this is Vapor back here again with Silent. How's it going?
Hey guys, I'm ready, bro. I'm ready to watch what's going on here.
Yeah, we are going to have our top 8 matchup here between Ocean 7 and Inkception, starting on Clam Blitz Snapper Canal. You got any opinions about this?
Oh my gosh, my only opinion is I can't stand this map mode here. It's so difficult. But I haven't watched either of these teams play yet, but I think whoever can hold down they had to decide where the battle's gonna be, right? So whoever holds down like either the left little area where they can like use that rail to get in, or through mid, whatever. As long as they can hold down wherever they're gonna push, I think that like whichever team that is gonna take advantage.
Yeah, you need to take as much advantage as you can. Holding left hill or left plat might be the crucial moment of these games. You gotta watch your back in that sneaky. But let's head into our first game here in our top 8 between Ocean 7 and Inkception.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what they're going to bring out.
Ooh, a Hydra Cape Pro. On the one side, we got a Hero Roller and oh gosh, there's a lot going on. Okay, so we have the custom Hydra at one side. There's a, I don't remember which roller that is, but then they have the Tri/Novo and the K Pro. And then the other team's rocking with, I'm not sure which heavy that is, but they got a heavy, they got a Carbon, I think, and then there's the Mini and a Squeezer.
Yeah, that is a Hero Roller and heavy deco on the side of Inkception, but Umi here getting a nice pick with that bomb onto the roller, having that Booyah on line and armor from that Hydra.
Looks like they're just waiting for the opportunity to use it. So already you can kind of see the match shifting to Inkception's right, Ocean 7's left hill, as they're just trying to figure out if this is the way they're going to push or not. But immediately, like Inkception already fighting back on their own hill, and I think wherever that fight ends up is going to be where we're going to see a lot of the match going on.
Who's going to make that first push? Already a minute in, neither team are making a push yet. We see a power clam from Inkception, nothing from Ocean 7 yet, but spreading across, as you saw for a glimpse there. Ocean 7 might not be in the best, as they might always be down in a position as that roller getting a nice pick.
I was gonna say that would have been such an important kill to get. I'm so glad they were able to get it. That might be exactly what they need to make this push now. A risky play there by the roller, but let's see if it pays off. Oh, Booyah might stop them in their tracks though. Oh, it looks like it does. Counter bubbles to try to get in, and they can't hack it, man. It's the end of Inkception's first push, I think.
Yeah, leashing the heavy last member, they are forced to back up. But can we talk about how Inkception is running double bubble?
Oh my gosh, that is one of my favorite comps to see. I gotta say, man, I love it. I love it. I wonder if it'll do what they needed to do though, because it's like I think it's tough to pull off, but if you can manage it, man, I think it's a game changer.
Yeah, definitely. As Echo here, building up those 10 missiles, holding as much turf as they can, as they are a mini Splatling. But two members from Ocean 7 on that right hill. Umi getting a nice pick.
That's a great pick there from the K Pro. And we'll see if that can initiate a push. Okay, Bubbles coming out to defend. I like seeing that so far on both sides. Just the second it looks like there's some weakness coming in, a special comes out just to hold down the line until their teammates get back in there. But they still manage to pop the barrier, and now Ocean 7 taking their first chance at the basket.
Yeah, they do end up going 2 down, but bringing the score over down to 65 points remaining. The Carbon will decide to jump out, save their clams and special. But not a bad starting push for Ocean 7 to start us out.
Oh my goodness, Hatchet trying to come in strong there, taking on the K-Pro, but the K-Pro's having none of that. Just holding down a 2v1 scenario after already killing one person.
Yeah, that K-Pro just trying to hold the hill on their opponent's side as the Carbon rotates that way. Gotta keep an eye on where that carbon is at all costs as well.
Yeah, that would be terrible. I mean, that first pick was enough to like just start their first push, and if it wasn't for the K-Pros Booyah, I mean, they'd have been plumb out of luck. You know, the game would be in a whole different favor. So yeah, definitely got to watch out for that carbon whenever they're gonna take a lucky shot. That's something to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely. Double bubble is ready. They are using all their
it is. It's
specials
coming
right
out
now.
strong. And we're gonna see double. I was gonna say that double bubble came out nice and strong. Not able to get that last splash down coming out, but it gave him the lead. That double bubble, man, that was some great execution.
Yeah, and double bubble can definitely be very hard to stop, but Ocean 7, they're the #1 seed in this bracket for a reason.
Oh yeah.
You can never count them out right now, as that Hydra just holding that power clam, doing their best to stay alive right now.
Meanwhile, the roller trying to hold him down. Oh, yeah, 33 seconds on the clock, right? Time's running out, but maybe Ocean 7 can see what they need to get to make one last push.
Yeah, you need a power clam plus 4 clams to take the lead right now. You have the power clam, but that's a total of 27 clams on the side of Ocean 7. Getting the super jump in, throwing in those clams, that's going to be a lead change.
Lead switching sides, indeed. Oh, another jump coming in. Manages to get that second power clam in. Oh my goodness, and this lead might not be comebackable. If they can just get one more clam in there, this game is over. But they're all respawning in on the opposite side of the match, giving Inkception another chance to get in, but Issa just shutting down that chance.
Yeah, there's about 10 more seconds left of overtime. There is almost no more time. They have to go in, and that is going to be it. Ocean 7, as I said, you can't count them out.
Absolutely not. Just managing to hold down that defense long enough. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I think I get pretty upset when the clam blitz overtime just runs out. Like you saw that K-Pro just pick off that last shot. They could just get there a little longer, just a couple more seconds. But Ocean 7 knew exactly how long they had to hold it down for, man. That was a good game.
Yeah, definitely. And to a mode where Booyah might not be the most successful, but Bubbles definitely can be very successful. Splat Zones, Inkblot Art Academy this time around.
Oh boy, that'll be quite the matchup. What do you hope to see here? What do you think is going to make a clincher of a difference besides the bubbles and the specials?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if one of these teams can have an Exploser or a Baller, that would definitely be very crucial. I do expect the Hydra from Ocean 7 to come back out. You can take control of that top mid, take control of the zone. Easy lockdown from there. Just gotta watch your back. But for Inkception, figure out a way how to take out that Hydra, take out that K-Pro, if they bring the K-Pro back even.
Oh yeah, I think that'll make a big difference here. But yeah, definitely Hydra's on Inkblot, man. That's a scary one to watch out for. Just so much pressure coming in, and just when you think you got him, bam, the armor comes out, and now the whole team is there, ready to take you on.
Yeah. Definitely we're waiting for our members to ready up in the lobby, but for Splat Zones overall, very good weapons would probably be that Splattershot Jr. or N-Stop.
Yeah, I'd like to have some good paint control, and then yeah, the bomb support coming out. That would be dope. Yeah, I think that first game though, I don't really know exactly how to. I think it gave us a little bit of information, but I don't think enough of like the team's play styles yet. So I want to see who's going to try to go more the offensive route here.
Yeah, definitely. Let's head into this match on Splat Zones. We do see the Tri-Slosher coming out, but Firefin instead of Hydra.
Oh yeah. I wonder what kind of a difference that'll put for them there. I think snipers, chargers rather, on Inkblot, it's a great, like, it's just so much offensive pressure is there. But it's the same kind of thing you could pull off with a Hydra. So it's like, okay, what kind of difference are they going to hope for by going with the charger here?
Yeah, it is Firefin Charger, but look on the side of Inkception. Their longest range is that foil squeezer with bubbles, paired up with that mini and Aerospray PG.
Oh goodness. giving up the well, I don't think that team actually had the K-Pro, but yeah, just giving up range, hoping for some paint control here. Going just mega aggro, I think, on their team is what we're seeing.
Yeah, definitely. But the bomb rush coming out from the Firefin, trying to stay alive, trying to get a crucial pick onto that Booyah bomb. It was they end up doing, and the roller ends up going down as well. 3v2 situation in favor of Ocean 7, but the charger does end up going down. This is where, if you're Inkception, you want to find one more pick and start to push in.
Oh yeah, but quite the opposite going down there. Oh, not quite. There's a bit of a trade coming out. One of the members goes down. I think it was the foil that went down first, and then Hatchet trying to pick up that trade there, just looking for something, but not quite able to get in. Looks like they might have wanted to initiate a push there, but the rest of the team wasn't quite ready yet. Missiles came out after, but we'll see if they can kind of rally around another point here because they're running out of time.
Yeah, definitely. They are definitely running out of time. Roller getting a good pick, but there's 2, 3 down on the side of Inkception. Echo trying to back up, stay alive, and Roller
just manages to take out that roller.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You have to take the zone, and the zone is unable to be capped. Ocean 7. Hello. Welcome to LSL.
Oh my gosh, for real, the KO, just letting everybody know why they are the top seed is crazy to see. Oh my goodness, I gotta say, just Umi coming out with that Firefin, that was like I think that was a sleeper pick, but very impressive to see how many picks they got. Oh my goodness, I did not expect to see all of that come out. Just total destruction, just lockout all the way around.
Yeah, definitely, and this time we're going to switch over to Rainmaker on Pumpback Pump Track. Going to be very interesting to say the least. Stingray can definitely be one of those crucial specials to make pushes or even lock down pushes from the right elbow. So let's see what happens there. You can sneak over on the left side, but is there anything I'm missing for Humpback Rainmaker here, Simon?
Humpback Rainmaker? I mean, besides calling the Stingray the GG Ray, man, I think you hit it all. Maybe a Tri-Slosh here could put on a lot of pressure, but the fact that it's Rainmaker, I feel like that's a toss-up, you know? Because, like, there's not going to be a lot of, like, centering around one point, like, in zones or in tower, right? So I know Tri-Slosh is generally good on this map, but I want to see how it'll work in a Rainmaker game.
Yeah, and speaking of sloshers with bombs, Soda Slosher might not be a bad option as well, as it does have a little bit more range.
Very true, very true. Yeah, that bomb rush could come in clutch and just give the amount of pick damage they need, maybe to allow the rest of the team to, you know, make a change or, like, force objective.
Yeah, but as you guys see on screen, looking at the top cut bracket, Legato taking a quick 1-0 lead over up the Ante, and Nightshade X going up 1-0 over Firefin Flamebacks. Let's head over to Humpback Pump Track with Ocean 7 and Inkception, though. Jeez, let's see what happens here.
We're all excited to see. There's the Tri-Slosh coming back out. They're kind of keeping their comp the same. Meanwhile, over here, Inkception just switching it up almost entirely. They're bringing out a Sorella, I think that is. They got a Brush. I don't know if that's the Novo or not. And then there's the Hero and the Hero Splatling coming back out.
Yeah. They do have that GG Ray, and switching over from the Firefin to the Vanilla Charger for Umi might not be a bad idea with that Stingray.
Indeed, indeed. Like we said, that Stingray is really what clutches up Rainmaker games here. And on a stage like this where there's just not a lot of room to juke anybody out or to hide, that Stingray will find you and it will kill you.
Yeah, but dropping the Stingray for that Rainmaker, this is a 2v2 situation right now. Make that 3v3.
Oh my gosh, and they're just constantly getting pushed back. Oh my, that was almost the quickest game right there, man.
Yeah, with the Tri-Slosher jumping in as well, that is going to be a complete wipe on the side of Ocean 7, but oh my god, what a push there.
Oh, but for real, I can't lie. I was speechless. I was like, that's gonna be the end of the game right there. What do you even say about that? But yeah, that was the pick or the wipe, excuse me, that Ocean 7 needed to get themselves back on the board. So we'll see what they can do here. If they can get just 1 or 2, that sniper just so what a menacing presence, man. They got to make it past that to see if they're gonna get a push even started here.
Yeah, definitely. That will be 1 down on each side, though. Here comes that Stingray from Ocean 7, getting a good pick there. The Baller getting 1 as well, and that's going to be 2 down on both sides.
That might be what they need to extend their push here. We'll see if Hatchet pushing up can manage to get their team a couple more kills here. Oh, not quite managing to go down, but the offensive pressure was there, giving the rest of the team enough time to get back in here. Got to watch out for that slosher to make it past, but they not quite there, not quite. That's the end of that push there.
Yeah, that slosher using the map to their advantage, sloshing over that small box, getting, I'm pretty sure that was 3 picks.
Oh yeah, at least 2 kills and 1 assist, right? But overall, yes, just helping out their team so much. Oh, yeah. Rush trying to make it out of there, not quite with enough time.
Yeah, just over half the game left. It's not over until it's over, but pushing it all the way to 7 will definitely be a challenge for this Inkception team.
For real.
3v3 on the field. That brush going down at the top of your screen. And Inkception not really in the best situation right now. That's going to be 3 down, leaving the heavy and brush alone for Inkception. No Stingray. So.
Not yet, not quite yet. And honestly, I was thinking this. There you go, the Stingray popping out from the green team. That's kind of what I'm hoping for here, is to see them try to rally around one another, because their comp is so, like, they have a umbrella, a brush, and a roller. Like, the only shooter on their team is their backline, and so that's really gonna have to affect the way that they have to play. And so, like, I'm thinking for them, it's not just a game of ink, you know. It's also mental, because they've already lost 2 games so far, and so they're gonna have to come in here like together to really make that push happen. You see the brush coming in by himself, and that sniper is just able to get an easy pick on him. But we'll see now that most of the team's back up, if they can force Ocean 7 out of their zone and manage to get a push into the last minute of the game here.
Yeah, definitely one thing I want to point out is that Inkception is going in alone a lot of the time. With them going in alone a lot, they're getting picked off a lot. Look
Just
at that
one
KA.
by one, for real.
Look at that KA count from every member of Ocean 7. 14 from the Charger, 13 from the Tri and Carbon.
Yeah, there's a little bit of feeding, to say the least, on Inkception. But if they can just, you know, get some level breaths, build some specials, and just try to prioritize working as a team to get this last push going, they might be able to make a big difference here. But that sniper, man, just Umi paired up with their slosher. There's so much pressure on their team, man. Look at, he's coming around, and so that slosher, man, just putting on a lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure indeed. They are not going to pick up the Rainmaker at least yet, trying to make the Inkception to push into them. Not
bit of a panic ball coming out.
Yeah. Echo getting 1 nice pick. If they can take out the Tri-Slosher, that would be very crucial, but the Tri-Slosher able to take out the brush. Rainmaker will end up going down. It looks like we're going into overtime, but
it's a mad dash, but he's just standing there. Yeah, I think that's gonna call it there. Oh my goodness, their slosher just trying to flex on Inkception real quick at the end. That kind of decides the match for us, I'd say. Goodness, what a third game! Like you said, Inkception. I don't think they were just able to get together enough back in. I don't know if maybe it was just weapon choice or overall, but what a rough game for them to try to fight against. 21 kills from that slosher, even, man. Just so much picks.
Yeah, Ocean 7 proving that they deserve that #1 seed, getting a nice win over Inkception. But I'm pretty sure that'll be it for both of us here tonight. You guys have fun with the rest of LSL number 14. Heading up into your semifinals, Final 4. Good luck, have fun, have a good rest of your stream.
Bye bye.
Hello, and welcome back to Little Squid League 14 Semifinals. I'm Seekin, and I'm again joined with Nox.
Hi.
And we're here watching the semifinals of Legato versus Inkception. This is a best of 5, so first to 3 win. Oh. Sorry, I've just been told that it is Nightshade, not Inkception. Got a little mix-up. But moving on, our first game will be Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard.
Which is always an exciting map because there are 2 main paths you can take, and both are a little finicky. Along with going through Sponge, which is just a big risk to take.
Absolutely. That left way can just be a nightmare to even make that jump. One
Yeah.
well-placed Toxic Mist or a pellet of enemy ink, and you're not making that jump at all.
Absolutely.
And at the start, it looks like we have a Nautilus on the side of Nightshade X, and on Legato we have a Jet Squelcher. So definitely watch out for the rays from that side.
There should be a lot. On the other hand, there is an armor already out, which is an interesting choice to pop it before the ray.
2 down on Nightshade. Oh, Zap's gonna have to back up.
Yeah, they're gonna just have to do their best to just bomb spam that little area to keep them from getting there. But it doesn't look like they can stop
Zap
that.
tries to stop it, but couldn't reach.
And gets picked off. This is gonna be a rough place to both push and defend for a second.
Swings it down on Elgato.
2 down on the side of Nightshade again.
Nightshade. Flash trying their
3
best.
down.
Wiped.
Zap just respawned. Hopefully
like
they can do
Rainmaker's
something to at least
looking
stall. Really nice use of bombs from the Zap to stall it out a little bit. Now it's just
the Rainmaker left on
Rainmaker.
Elgato, and they're down. Full
good
wipe,
trade from the
actually.
Rainmaker.
That was an excellent push from Elgato. That's going to be hard to... Legato, my bad. It's going to be hard for Nightshade to catch up to that.
It will be. It's by no means unbeatable because it's Rainmaker. Anything goes. We see missiles ready along with Jet on the side of Nightshade, which is a really strong set of specials. And we see the Nautilus using armor to ink Jet and adding that little bit of extra power to that.
So
And they managed to get...
And almost get the brush.
It allows them to get way more control of mid. Nightshade on the brush.
Two down on Legato. Looks like Nightshade's looking for their options to push in.
Flosher is applying a lot of good pressure there, though.
The first bomb rush is out.
Yeah.
So looks like there might be a flank. No. Nightshade X.
Yeah,
Actually,
the Zap is
left.
doing a flank, but they get called out and picked off.
Oh, and
The ray
there's
comes
the
out.
ray.
Let's see if they can survive that.
Doesn't look like it's caught on some enemy ink.
Yep. Looks like they're going to go for pop again here. Maybe they're going to try and take top left, but we will see. No, it looks like they're going to play it safe, take their time, and wait and see if they can get the picks they need.
Down on
Inkjet
Legato.
comes out. It's a 3v2 right now, and the Rainmaker essentially makes it a 1v2.
And they're down.
They are, but they still have enough players there to get pop again potentially.
Nightshade could totally. Oh, but
But the
two
brush
took
gets
them
2.
down.
And the Zap has to back up here. K-Shot, sorry. K-Shot gets a nice
Okay,
pick on that
big
Zap, though. Getting rid of that armor, giving them way more time to get the specials they need to try and push back.
If Nightshade's gonna want to make it all the way to between, they're definitely gonna have to use some special utility.
Yeah, they're gonna have to really coordinate specials. They're gonna need to make sure that they have enough paint down. They're gonna need to play really smart. Especially with all the high ground the brush can get on this map.
Absolutely.
And the C-Jet gets a great pick on the Rainmaker there.
And it looks like Jet has Ray for whenever they want it. They're not pushing
Yeah.
it super far, but they do look. Oh, but there
And
they
they
are.
get picked
they go
off.
down.
Ray's on.
It's a huge chance for Nightshade X to push.
It is. Flosher's watching that top area, just not letting them set up there. Which is really good because it does denying them brush that space is just so powerful. And it's
Zap
just the
on top
Rainmaker
of
left. They
Knight.
have to back up.
Yeah.
Now what they were hopefully gonna... Now what they should do is just try and take their time, build specials. They've got a minute. That's enough time to get specials in one push in.
Absolutely. Jet down on Legato.
That's great. Ray gone.
The 2 specials up also on Legato.
Octobrush down. They don't know the Enzaps right there, though. That was a great shark from the Enzap, getting the Nautilus. They're just going to have to do what they can to get pop and kind of rush here. Nice pick from the Slosher there. They're 2 down. Another Armored, and they have a Bomb Rush ready. This could be a really great push. If that Zap doesn't...
Left with trades.
And now it's just that Slosher, K-Shot now, who just respawned. They're going to do their best to get there in time, but I don't think they'll be able to make much out of it even if they do, which is too bad. Really good use of specials.
Has to rush in there right now, but I don't think they're going to be able to get there, and first game goes to Legato.
Really nice use of special by Legato, and a really, really strong comp for that map.
Yeah, especially that like first 30-second push. They just made sure to get it there, and then they were like, hey, we're just going to play defense for the rest of the game. Ray when needed, and just excellent game sense.
Really
16
great.
kills on the Octobrush, just...
That map is just so great for brushes, for Octobrush specifically. All the high ground in the world. They're able to get in so much chip. The next map we've got is Zone's Humpback.
I heard
which should
one
be
of your favorites.
It's a good map. It's a fun map. It really favors short range weapons, and high mobility weapons. So it'll be interesting to see what they pull out. Because out of memory, Legato pulled out an E-Leader earlier, which would be potentially a very strong pick, but it's so easy to pressure them out of position.
Also, it's Humpback, so you know that if that Slosher continues to keep playing Slosher, they're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, it would be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they pull out a Tri-Slosher here, because it's so strong on that map. It'll also be interesting to see if we start seeing any juniors, just because it's zones and you just get so much extra paint from them over Zap.
Absolutely. And zones is also generally great for any type of armor weapon. It really just allows you to push past the center of the map and just keep control of the center where the zone is.
Yeah.
So
Armor
I would
is...
expect at least 1, if not 2 armors from each team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would generally expect to see armor in every mode except Rainmaker, if I'm being honest. But yeah, Zone's Humpback is always a great time, especially for if the Octobrush is still on Octobrush here, them flanking in Street will probably be a problem that everyone will need to deal with.
Absolutely. It looks like we're just about ready to get started here.
Absolutely.
Let's see,
Legato did pull out that E-Leader.
Yep. And Slosher from Nightshade.
It'll be really interesting to see what the Slosher can do to keep that E-Leader at bay. Also, we do see a junior coming out on the side of Nightshade, which will add a ton of pressure, and that's double special charge. So they'll get special so quickly.
Absolutely. They're at 75. Getting there, and it looks like they already have it.
And they have armor and missiles. That'll be a great opportunity to push if they pop both of them. And they do. This will clear so much space for them. The Slosher's already working on that zone. They've capped.
Yeah, I think about 4 specials were about popped within 2 seconds there. A lot went on.
A lot of pressure applied so quickly. But they don't know that
sharking and Zap.
What a power move.
2 here. Looks like
can't quite find it yet.
Can't quite get it, but waits for their armor to come online. He gets another. About
Great
to get
pick on that
drop.
Slosher.
But doesn't go for the jump, goes for the person who they were going to jump to.
We see another missile and armor online, which is a great way to push back in. They're such strong pushing specials. They might wait for 2 more, but no.
Missiles and armor out for Nightshade X. Looks like Legato popped the rain. Keep that covered during the
and rush on zone from the Neo Splash right now, which is great from the Slosher right now, sorry, which is great to see. A great way to quickly cap the zone. The Slosher is applying a ton of pressure to that E-Leader, which is really what you want to see, but they can't quite do it. This E-Leader is just applying so much range to Nightshade's short range comp, and they just are having a hard time getting him to move enough to really stay in there. A really nice use of armor from the Junior there, and a nice bomb rush from the Neo Splash, getting them back into zone.
Missiles pressured the Inzap forward, but looks like they're about to be able to get out.
E-Leader gets an amazing pick on the
Uncovered.
Slosher there. Junior's being smart, taking their time, looking for armor and not rushing it.
Yeah.
But they might get picked off by the Flings at that angle. Nope, they make the smart choice and back off and leave their little window, which is good to see.
Quick Splash was trying to go in for a second, but changed their
Two
mind.
bomb rushes go off and cap the zone. Love to see it. They're doing... Nightshade is doing great special coordination. They're having a very hard time in their 1v1s, but their special coordination to get into the zone is fantastic.
Absolutely. Looks like 2 down for Nightshade right now.
I'm a little surprised
great
we didn't see
control.
Bubbles come out.
Yeah, absolutely. Bubbles can basically instant cap that zone if you instant
Absolutely. It seems like this might be a lockout at this point. The Slosher's doing their best to get in with that bomb rush, and they might be able to neutral.
And burst bombs from
Yeah.
Nightshade. But also some
Just-
kind of missiles from
Just the
Legato.
Junior up on the side of Nightshade. They jump out. So they're probably going to try and get armor as quickly as they can, but they just kind of have to rush it at this point.
Yeah, just 5 seconds left. They're just gonna have to go, but they can't due to the fall off of the Inzap.
What a
Yeah.
beautiful lockout on the side of Legato.
Absolutely. Splat zone.
Great.
You get the zone covered, you push up, don't let them in once.
Look at all the map control they had. They left Nightshade X no space to move throughout that match. And when denied space, you just can't. Like, even with all that paint, that's such a high paint comp. They just couldn't stay in zone.
No, not at all. And moving on to game 3, we have tower control on Mako Mart.
PC Mako is always an interesting map because you have to make sure you defend that top left area that you can't really get to. So a weapon like Slosher is really strong there.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be all too surprised if the E-Leader stays E-Leader. I always find it to be a fairly strong weapon on Mako Mart due to how open center is.
That's true. I also wouldn't be surprised to see a vanilla charger out either, though, because Ray is just so good for tower.
True. And to hit tower from usually where snipe is, you don't need all of the range of an E-Leader.
Not really, and a normal charger just offers so much more mobility, which Mako loves mobility. I also wouldn't be surprised to see a C-Jet come out just because of how much Mako favors mobility.
Yeah, just how fast you can get Ray on Jet as well.
Also that, yeah. The Ray spam is sure an option with Jet. I would like to see a Kunder come out. I think it's really good for pushing left up, for pushing on this map, because you can just stay on left and deal with when you're pushing on tower with that big drop area, you can stay alive much more easily. But I understand that that is not a normal pick. But seeing any kind of Brella or wall weapon there would be really, really nice.
Absolutely. Kunder can be annoying, but usually if you have a Kunder, you kind of have to build a team around it. So I'm not sure if these teams
Just a
exactly have
bit.
to build for it.
Yeah, just a little bit. Let's see what we're getting. We do see the Vanilla Charger come
Vanilla
out.
Charger, good call.
Double armor on the side of Nightshade, though, which will be a real pain for that Charger.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how many times people get shot off the tower, though, in this match.
Oh, that's always such a... The try goes down on the side of Legato, opening up a ton of space.
But
Splash is-
Splash also goes down for Nightshade X.
Yeah.
And also the try for Nightshade X. Looks like Legato's going to start a push.
The Zap and Nautilus are doing a smart thing by just staying together right there.
And easily breezes through the first checkpoint.
Yeah, armor's out on the side of Nightshade, though, and it's opening up a lot of options for them. The Nautilus
And
get
that's a
full wipe,
wipe on Legato.
and they have armor and inkjet ready, which really is setting them up for a fantastic push on this map. It's such a good map for
Absolutely.
inkjet. And the Try's doing a great job sharking right there, just waiting for the right time, using that armor at a smart time. Great use of
Inkjet
inkjet
popped.
armor.
But it looks like they would
They
not
can't
get
quite-
anyone with it.
Yeah, they can't quite find anybody with it. Zap is ready with armor. just making sure to stay alive to keep that ready for when they're ready to try and move back in.
Try might get a little flank on here, but I'm not sure if they're getting anything out of it. No, they go down for Nightshade X.
The Zap is really holding onto that armor, hoping that they can get all 4 of their teammates up for it. Let's see. Here comes the armor. There's about to be a bomb rush. Ray's at ready on the side of Legato.
Ray, yeah.
Which is just always such
That's
a
kind
nightmare.
of a risky race spot, but I don't think anyone's gonna be able to get to it.
I don't think so either. Looks like the K-Shot might go down to the Try here, but it's a hard position for the Try to really get what they need. A nice armor, though. And the Try gets looked at by 2 people and goes down. Zap is ready with armor. Neo has Bomb Rush. Neo goes down before they can use it, though.
2 down for Nightshade. Looks like Legato's gonna start another push.
Charger's going for some really, really strong shots here. Just applying a lot of pressure even when they're not hitting anyone by keeping that constant paint and constant threat of the laser just on everybody who they can see.
3 of Nightshade X coming from their right, just an avalanche of green ink.
A beautiful shot from Big there on the Neo splash. The Try is really trying to get that block back, but they're just not able to quite find what they need. And the Charger's back on tower. They're going for another big push.
Oh, the Ray. It's gonna hurt.
It's a really solid Ray, really forcing Nightshade to have to work hard to get whatever they want here. A great trade from the Try on the Nautilus there. Getting rid of that Nautilus was very helpful for them.
Risky jump in for the Try on Legato, but it looks like it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. Try and Zap both down on the side of Nightshade X, which means both armors are gone.
Yeah, man, Nightshade X just cannot catch a break right now.
The constant pressure that, like the positioning that Legato is using, they're all moving around each other. They're all basing their specials off each other. They have the range of that 96 gal, which we didn't really bring up, but the range of that 96 gal is going to be super helpful against a short-range comp like Nightshade X is.
And it looks like the semifinals goes to Legato.
What a beautiful show of force by Legato. Just look at that map control. There was no space for Nightshade X to move at any point, and they did a great job picking weapons that just apply so much pressure.
Absolutely. The range of that 96 gal and the Charger, just if you can hit your shots with that compared to the other team, there's not much you can do.
No, there's really not. It's just an obscene amount of pressure applied. Even with double armor, they just couldn't keep their armor players alive long enough to really get strong pushes in.
All right, and with that, we will end semifinals, and we will be back with finals shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Grand Finals of LSL number 14. I'm Kader, and I'm joined here today by Brush.
Hiya. Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to see these two teams. We've got Ocean 7 versus Legato here in our grands with, I think, I don't remember which one of them got third last time. One of them did, right?
I believe we saw Ocean 7 in a third place last month. Legato taking second place in silver bracket. I think it's funny, like, we talk all the time about, like, being really excited for sets, but I don't think I've genuinely been this excited for a set in a very, very long time. I think a very competitive matchup we're going to see very shortly.
Yeah, I know a couple of the players that we're seeing too, like Valorok and Umi from Ocean 7. I've played with Umi before, and I've also worked on the production side with Valorok, so it's really exciting to see them, to be able to commentate them today.
Right, well, Mako Mart Splat Zones is what we're starting with here. A very small map, a very map that favors aggression. So seeing how these two teams are able to play off of that. Ocean 7 versus Legato. These are your LSL 14 finals. Here we go.
Yeah, Macklemore, small map, but quite a big zone as well. We're gonna, the Dynamo coming out, which pretty good choice, honestly. I mean, it can cover huge amounts of the zone with just one swing, and actually double Ninja Squid also coming out from both the try and the splash. Not necessarily something I see every day, so that should hopefully be interesting.
The E-leader pick on the side of Legato is going to give them a lot of range, which will hopefully be able to counter that Dynamo. Storm coming out on the side of Ocean 7, that's going to give them a little bit of control in the zone. Missiles and armor from the other side is going to allow Legato to apply some pressure, but just a dogfight in mid here. Specials are being popped from all sides. The Dynamo doing everything they can to control zone from the right side, while the Flings are just the same from left stack.
Yeah, Flings is a nice choice. It can really paint, especially if you focus on that. So I'm excited to see how that plays out, especially in comparison to the Dynamo. You know, you've got two rollers that aren't necessarily as common as, well, I guess they are kind of common now, but, like, you don't see them every match. And so just seeing the way that those two will face off is going to be really interesting. Meanwhile, Legato has managed to get that timer all the way to 40 in the first minute of this match, and although Ocean 7's trying to get their way back into the zone, it looks like all of their attempts are just not ending very well.
It felt like a dogfight for most of that opening game, but, like, Legato held the zone the entire time, and they've managed to find a wipe on Ocean 7 here. Now 2 respawns. They have to push into the zone quickly here. 10 points left out of nowhere. Legato, in dominating fashion, takes game 1 100-0 in the first minute 30 seconds of play.
Yeah, that is an impressively decisive match right there. I mean, again, like you said, it was it seemed to be a back and forth fight, but really it was just Legato in control, and Ocean 7 neutralized the zone, but weren't able to take it for themselves, weren't able to apply any penalty points. And then once Legato really just found that and pushed them into a lockout, it was game over.
I mean, if you're Ocean 7 here, you're sitting down and you're saying, we played that game and we played it really well. How did we not cap the zone? And now going into game 2 with the counter pick system, it's Ocean 7's turn to kind of say, well, that was a close match. We have the upper hand here. Let's return the favor. Let's give some tough sets, or give a tough set back. It really did not feel like it was Legato's game in the beginning there. It really felt like it was going both ways. I mean, we were talking map mode and weapon choice.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it seemed to be no way, like, as decisive as the short round made it out to be. And so this cell could very well be anybody's set in anybody's tournament. It will just be up to Ocean 7 to hopefully pick something that they can do well on. That's what I like about counter picks. I mean, even though it does take away my main talking point, which is map mode, it's always really interesting to see how teams decide to play to their favor or possibly to impede the other team.
For sure. I mean, I normally would like to say, like, if I'm Ocean 7 here, I am feeling tower control all the way. But honestly, like, such a close early game fight, it's really hard to say what Ocean 7 is going to go with here, that they think they're going to get the upper hand. If you're Legato, you're feeling confident, you're feeling good, you know you have that lockout. So finding a way to bring that to maybe other modes, bring a lockout, get a quick lead on Rainmaker, hold the Rainmaker back, play a little more defensively, use the static objective to your advantage, and maybe play for quicker, faster punches in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of map modes could be fair choice here, and just because I don't know that much about these two teams, I'm not really sure what they will go for, but Tower Control is definitely a fair pick. I've seen it picked a lot, actually. It's probably one of the more common modes I've seen right after Splat Zones and Counter Picks, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for that.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, super established in the community, though, I think have managed to fly under the radar for the most part. And being LSL eligible teams, like, they're looking for their chance to say, hey, look, guys, we're not nobody. We have a place in this community. We are really fighting for it. So one of these teams here has a lot riding on them. As we wait for this next map mode pick, it looks to be Tower Control. So we're gonna get final word here in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing the Tower Control map being hovered over, but we're not, the mode, excuse me, but I'm not sure which map yet. I mean, it would be interesting, just I mean, I don't know if my mind is going to Inkblot or Anchovy, just because those are really common Tower Control maps to be counterpicked.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, though, if we see something a little more obscure. It is a decent-sized map pool, Tower Control-wise. I see the Reef, I see Main Stage, Inkblot, as you mentioned, but also you can see Mako Mart again here, as well as something more like Manta. So it's not a small map choice, and they're gonna go with Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit. What are your thoughts here?
I mean, not exactly what I expected. But it is a very linear map. It's another one that can definitely lend itself to knockouts, or just like usually I see this game won in one or two big pushes from one team. So it's kind of a similar play style if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, I'm sure, feel fairly comfortable with how they played last round. I mean, Ocean 7 obviously on the back foot here, looking to apply a little more pressure. And maybe just the length of this map will give them a little more breathing room, give them a little more space, and allow them to play off of each other a little more strongly.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what we have here. I mean, although Piranha seems like a big map at first glance, the actual areas that are really important are actually pretty small. Like, once the enemy team takes control of your clam basket, you really only have those elevated areas above it to try and get picks from, or unless you want to just go out with a couple of your teammates. So it's interesting. There's a lot more limitations in the way you can go about things, but that doesn't stop it from being a really interesting game.
We see the K Dynamo come out again. Forge pros on both sides, but an aggressive brush coming out on the side of Legato. That's going to allow them to play a little more aggressively along with that Tri-Slosher. But a Tri-Slosher armor on the side of Ocean 7. Is that an armorless? No, it's not armorless. They've got the Zap over on Legato.
Yeah, you always got the Zap. It's omnipresent in this current meta, but we've got both tries going down early on in the game, actually, with just another one of these scrappy fights for mid. Of course, because it's not zones, we're not going to see any points go in until we've got clams coming out. Armor did get popped for the side of Legato, and they've got that Inkjet at the ready, as well as those bubbles. And the 3 specials also up, well, 2 now on the side of Ocean 7. And it looks like it's going to be Legato with this first push here. That Booyah Bomb, though, coming out to kill that Inkjet there. Nicely placed. Still, they are able to get the clam in and beginning that push from them. Although this Zap is the only one left, though, so I mean, hopefully they're jumping back, which is pretty smart of them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, so great coordination special-wise there. They saw the opportunity, they saw they got the 2 picks, and they popped their specials and moved. A bit unfortunate with the trades that happened with those 2 Tri-Sloshers and then just leaving the Dynamo and the Zap to survive. But definitely knowing when to jump out, when to play aggressive, when to play a little more defensively, and we are in for a close set.
Oh yes, hopefully. I mean, we do have all of the specials online for Ocean 7, that Suction Bomb launcher coming out, and the Booyah at the ready. Unfortunately, that pro does go down, and I want to talk about the Forge pros. Having both of those on both sides is pretty interesting. I mean, you've got the bubbles, which are going to be really, really useful just in Clan Blitz, as in general, you know, the tanking damage capability, the ability to pop it and take control of that whole area. And also, the Forge, as in itself, is a nice weapon to have here. because of its long range and high damage. So it's interesting to see that both teams kind of had the same thought process when picking their weapons.
Sure, I mean, armor coming out from the side of Ocean 7, that's going to give them a little bit of an upper hand in this 3v3 fight, but suddenly 2 are going to go down on the side of Ocean 7. That leaves a 1v2. The Tri-Slosher and Zap instantly pushing up here, looking for this Tri-Slosher pick. They're both going to go down. That's going to give Ocean 7 a little bit of time to rest. Not going to let their basket open one more time. 2 minutes 40 left on the clock here. Legato has to make a move soon if they want to be able to get points on the board and hold a little more aggression.
Yeah, really nice of that remaining player to toss away the power clamp so that they could go a different way and get the pick, so that, you know, because that power clamp just lets everybody on the map know where you are at all times. So just throwing that away for a couple of seconds, getting the pick and then picking it back up means that you're not losing the clamp, but you're not also giving away your presence. Meanwhile, though, I believe it's Legato is going to be moving forward again with those bubbles, that inkjet, and hopefully look to maybe be having a bit more of a set. Oh, unfortunately, though, they have 2 members go down. The Forge, they're still getting a pick, but with all their members down, they are not able to continue with the push. And that Dynamo is very pushed up right now.
Yeah, very spread out across the map here. The Zap fighting that Dynamo. The Zap is going to go down, where meanwhile the Pro on the side of Legato was looking for a quick push there for a second. They're going to grab the ball and toss it back, holding on to Clams. 2 specials at the ready for Ocean 7. Legato looking to make a move here. They're going to find a pick on that splash. They're looking for specials here. The bubbles are going to get ready. That's 2 specials to 1. They need their armor if they want to make a move here. And that Zap is looking everywhere for that ink. Bombs coming out, a dogfight, looking at this little bump area. The Brush now cycling back, looking for specials. 3 online for both teams. No armor still for Legato. They are trying to find that armor so that way they can make a move. Bubbles for defense. Armor now. Armor on both sides. Inkjet, all the specials being popped on both sides. They're making a move. The Tri-Slosher goes on Ocean 7. The Booyah coming out. That's going to find 2 picks, and Legato is going to be forced to back up here as the Tri-Slosher goes down, just leaving the Zap alive. A failed push for Legato.
Gosh, even all of those specials, but just amazing defense from Ocean 7. Just, I mean, even with the couple of members that went down, that whole push was thwarted there. And this leaves Ocean 7 with a bit of an opportunity. Those bubbles from the Forge are ready. They have 3 specials online, but not yet having their armor, so they're likely going to wait for that before they make their push. But hopefully, as long as they can, you know, just get enough clams in at the same time with that, those specials, they can do something about it. But the thing is, it is currently Legato that, well, okay, it is not currently Legato anymore that is really in control of it, as we've got members going down both sides, but Ocean 7 has the person advantage here. They're popping their bubbles and their Booyah Bomb, but they go 2 down, 3 down now as the Power Clam carrier gets taken out. That Tri is going to dive for it, and they're able to get it in, but just not able to get any follow-up. That splash, looking for something, anything, but the Brush is quick to spot them and take them out, and with 10 seconds left, unless, maybe not 10 seconds left, as Ocean 7 is able to create a power clam. So we're going to see overtime here, but they don't have much time to work with, and not many specials either, as there's 3 specials online for Legato, and they're all getting popped.
1 ball in, though, and that will be the game. That will get the counter down to 60. So Umi here is going to move in with this Pro. Look for a couple picks. They're going to pop the bubbles. They're not going to find a pick quite yet. They're going to get that inkjet, unfortunately. The ball sitting there in tires, but overtime is going to run out, and that's going to make the set 1-1, Ocean 7 to Legato.
I think if those bubbles had been popped like just a hair earlier, they would have caught the inkjet and maybe something could have been done, but unfortunately the combination of the overtime timer running out and that nice pick just spells the end. Still a really nice game though, and again, it was just one of those games where not many points were scored, but the points that were scored really just make or break the whole game.
I mean, sorry, not 1-1. Legato taking that. Is that 1-1? Did Ocean 7 get the score there? Or am I hallucinating?
I think it's 2-0.
It's 2-0. Okay, I'm sorry. Legato taking the second match there. Ocean 7 struggling to find an entrance there. And so Ocean 7 still on the back foot, looking to take another match. But again, I mean, great defense from Legato there. They knew how to play that lockout. We saw it in Mako Mart zones. We saw it again there with Clam Blitz, Piranha Pit. So trying to find ways to get some aggression early game, play a little more defensively, play a little farther back, and play for that lockout is going to be vital for them.
Yeah, I'm interested to see in what direction Ocean 7 decides to take this map mode, as, I mean, it is, again, no small feat to win on somebody else's counter pick, and now that we've seen how well Legato can do at both locking out in zones and stalling in Clan Blitz, you have to wonder where Ocean 7 is going to take this next.
Sure. Ocean 7 here, possibly looking for a faster paced game. Despite how we saw Splat Zones with that quick 100-0 push, Ocean 7 here might be thinking, well, we couldn't get a coordinated push with Clam Blitz. We were struggling a little bit to break back in on that Splat Zones. Let's go for that Rainmaker. Let's play fast pace. Let's hold that forward button, and then let's maybe give them a taste of their own medicine. Play some of that lockout. Play that little defensive here, and prove that we're still in this.
Yeah, it will just be like, I'm just honestly waiting, and it's just waiting with anticipation to see where they take this. I mean, it's not like they still very much have a shot at this. We saw a lot of good opportunities, a lot of good pushes from them. It's just that Legato just seems to have the upper hand at all times. So just finding some way of working around that. Hopefully they can come up with something.
Right, it is single elimination, so we're not going to see a bracket reset or anything. You know, these teams, this is it, best of 7. Looks like we're going to be heading into Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard, which is a difficult map positioning-wise. You really have to be aware of all hot spots at all times and really find those picks to open up. So seeing how these two teams handle that challenge is certainly going to be exciting.
It's also one of those funky maps that only has 2 checkpoints, but those 2 checkpoints are really long. And these games, Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard tends to be really high scoring as well. So really, after you get past that second checkpoint, it can snowball really hard, but also every point past then counts.
With that in mind, I would make the argument that first checkpoint is super important, that you really need to stall at that first checkpoint if you're on defense, because once you hit that second one, it becomes exponentially more difficult to hold and defend. So seeing how these two teams are able to put their eggs into the basket that is Snipe and control the Grates area, watching down below them, and what their comps might look like to reflect that, maybe some Tri-Slosher action again.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, first checkpoint is really, really important, but what I was saying is, like, teams tend to push after they get a 3-down or wipe situation, and because this map is so long, by the time the members of the defending team have respawned, that tower is already past that checkpoint. But let's take a look at the comps here. We've got chargers coming out of both sides, Ocean 7 with the Splatter Scope, Legato with the Hero Charger, as well as Legato deciding to take out their 96 for armor instead. They've also got the K-Shot, and that both teams actually are having that try here to stay. And then we've got the Carbon on the side of Ocean 7, which is a interesting pick, but I can definitely see the logic behind that on Sturgeon.
This Charger just looking to take out the Charger on the side of Legato, but they're going to go to themselves in the mid. It leaves 3 down in favor of Legato as they look to take this first checkpoint. Missiles popped on that last Carbon roller. They're going to back up, but with their auto bomb rush ready, that's going to be vital to stopping this first checkpoint as they look to take a perch in Snipe.
Yeah, that try getting taken out by a bomb from the Charger, the Splatter Scope, who is set up here on this little perch. Meanwhile, that Charger and their teammate on the tower. Inferno here on the K-Shot going around, but getting sniped, and that's 3 down. A full wipe for Legato. Very nice defense from Ocean 7 right there. That first checkpoint was completely taken out, though, which is going to make subsequent pushes a lot easier for Legato.
That said, Ocean 7 here has an opportunity to snowball all the way in. The Carbon here, sharking, looking for another pick. They're going to go down.
Very nice for the try.
That leaves a 2v2 situation. The try, though, finding a pick on the other try. That leaves just the 96 alive. It's trying to hold everything they can, but they're going to go down.
Oh my goodness.
That leaves a full wipe delayed on the side of Ocean 7. Stingray coming out. They're looking for this window area. 2 of them are going to find the pick on the Charger as they approach that second checkpoint. And look to snowball.
Oh my goodness.
In favor of Ocean 7. Once again, the 96, the last one alive, as they look to respawn and take some control again.
Beautiful gameplay from their Slayers, both the shot and the try, able to get so many picks. I mean, that try got, I believe it was a double, and then another pick, which left it with, that's a delayed triple for them, and then the Stingray out of the Charger, just getting that pick on their opposing Charger, and this Carbon out here still getting picks. It looks like that push is finally over, but not before they get all the way to 2, just so shy of a knockout, so close like it practically did. We haven't from Umi on the Splatter Scope. Ocean 7. I mean, that just practically came out of nowhere. You said they had an opportunity to snowball in, and by God, they took it. That was absolutely amazing. The tower hasn't even reset all the way back to mid yet. We're 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and wow, that was incredible.
no sleep for either of these two teams. They have to keep the momentum up. They have to keep moving. I mean, even here we see the K-Shot doing their best to shark around a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
And go down to the splatter scope.
Kill for Umi this game. They are top fragging.
A 4v3 situation turns into a 2v4 in the favor of Legato. The scope here looking to try to get some more picks, hold their team alive as the Charger here looks to push their tower. Stingray readies on both sides, and the scope is going to get the pick on the Charger of Legato. No more Stingray ready. A 4v3 situation. Make that 4v2. The 96 and Tri-Slosher, the last one's alive here as we move into the final minute and 40 seconds of this game.
That scope's got their Stingray ready, so hopefully after this armor they can use that to stop this push. And of course you can see that first checkpoint getting completely bypassed by Legato as they've already taken that out. The Carbon here just watching and waiting for some form of a push, and here comes some form of a perch they can take, and here comes the Stingray from the scope, nicely timed. Unfortunately their try goes down, but not after a nice pick from the Carbon. But the Stingray on the other side coming out as well, and now we are heading up to this second checkpoint for Legato. There is still plenty of time for Ocean 7 to stop this, though, especially with Umi positioned as they are with a perfect sight onto the tower and 13 kills under their belt already.
1 minute remaining. Legato here trying to pressure up, but with their Tri-Slosher down, it's going to be difficult. They're going to find to pick up Tri-Slosher. That's going to leave a 2v2 situation. Legato on one of those players on that respawn, but with the K-Shot going down, Legato here is looking to push the tower once again. A 3v3 situation, giving Ocean 7 a little bit of time here to regroup, respawn, and try to get some more picks. Missiles ready for them as their Tri-Slosher is going to go down, unfortunately, though, leaving a 3v4 situation. That's going to be a nice pick on the Tri-Slosher, making that a trade. K-Shot's in a 1v1 here. The K-Shot
that was the longest RNG battle I've ever seen. I think they were just like holding ZR and hoping for the best right there. But it ends in victory for Ocean 7, and that tower is slowly making its way back to mid. We are currently sitting 31-2 with that second checkpoint untouched for Legato and 13 seconds left. Umi with the GG Stingray at the ready as well. They're likely just going to sit back here, not take too many risks, and pop it once that push starts. We've actually got 3 specials online for Ocean 7. They're all coming out right here. Double Sting. We're seeing a Stingray fight right now. And meanwhile, that's 2 down, 3 down for Legato, and that, I mean, that's a well-earned game for Ocean 7.
Wow. I mean, what a fight in that middle game. We saw the most action in the first minute 30 there than the rest of the game, and it set the pace for all of it. Ocean 7 proved they are in this fight, proved they are not going to get swept, and Legato here trying to find a way to push back in and struggling for the first time this set.
Yeah. I mean, hello, a splatter scope with 16 KA? Like, it's not every day that you see that. Amazing job to them.
Right. I mean, you mentioned GG Ray there at the end, but it almost felt like it was a GG laser the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a Stingray battle at the end instead of just being hello, I'm going to pop Ray and end your push.
Right. There was no sleep for either of these two teams, fighting tooth and nail for this game. And with Ocean 7 now on the board, a counter pick is going back to Legato going to Legato for the first time as they try to select a map, and they're on it quickly. Rainmaker Starfish main stage, a fast snowballing map.
Yes, fast indeed, but it's got those 2 choke points. I mean, the one heading into pit, not necessarily too much of a choke point, depending on how the game is played, but then you have that ramp, and then once you get up that ramp, every single point past that counts. And these matches tend to be really high scoring, and like you said, really fast paced. It's very possible that we see an extremely back and forth game here.
I mean, competition here is on. Ocean 7 looking to give Legato a taste of their own medicine, like they beat them at their own counter pick, like we saw in Clamblitz Piranha Pit, which is a surprisingly difficult combination of words to say. Something important to note here is I think that first pop can set the pace for the game, not only in snowballing and getting momentum, but also the sheer amount of paint that first pop can give you. A Junior or Zap getting the special charge off of that is a quick armor, which can lead into that super quick aggression. So seeing possibly some object shredder or quad bombs here are certainly going to be interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've always loved how that Rainmaker pop lends itself to special charge. I think it's a really cool mechanic of the game. I've gotten my special off it a lot of times, and it gives a huge advantage. So like you said, it can really set the tone for the rest of the game. But of course, Rainmaker is, well, Rainmaker, and I'm sure we've all seen our fair share of Rainmaker moments on stream or just in games in general. So of course, anything can happen down to the very last second.
Definitely. I mean, anything, it definitely can go on either side of that spectrum of the game ends in the first 30 seconds because someone held forward really well. Or you end up in that overtime, lobbing shots as long as you can, finding that opening, looking for a chance to move forward and eventually finding it and just getting the jump you need or the little movement and a half. Though it looks like we are waiting here for maybe some subs out, though. Yeah, here we go. On our end, we're seeing us starting to go here. Rainmaker's Starfish main stage. A counter pick by Legato, who are up 2-1 in the set.
Yeah, again, it's really excited to see how this just plays out in general, because of course we've seen really nice pushes and openings out of both of these teams. We saw that amazing push in Ocean 7 in that last match, and of course the openings that Legato brought to the game, the first two games that we saw were great. So an opening can be really, really crucial here.
I think something we didn't give enough credit is in that last game on the push that got to 3, the Carbon Roller on the side of Ocean 7 was going off. I mean, they got maybe 7 kills back to back. So seeing if they're able to come back as strong here, snowballing with those picks again, and fighting for mid control and maybe snipe control as well. We see the Carbon come back along with a very, very similar comp. Though on the other side, we see a brush as well as a Flingza roller, opting for a little more range possibly with that roller to look for an upper hand.
Yeah, we've got that splatter scope is here to stay. Especially, I'm not surprised after their performance with it last. We got a C-Jet on the side of Legato, which I always love seeing a fellow C-Jet out on the field. We've got the Octobrush that we saw as well, and like you said, that pick up the Flingza can be really interesting, especially with the amount of missiles you can pump out. I mean, we've already seen them fire off a missile. However, that leaves Legato 3 down, 4 down. That's a full wipe with that C-Jet not able to jump out in time, and so of course you're going to see Ocean 7 pick it up and run. Or, well, I guess they're picking it up and swimming, but same difference, right? Getting it all the way to 35 in the first 40 seconds, and that's Starfish Rainmaker for you, as they're gonna pick it up and continue to get it all the way to 17. And of course, their team members are still here, so this push is not dead yet, although with the roller having to back up and the try caught out on their own, okay. Yeah, they stayed alive for longer than I thought they would, but that is going to be the end of the push. However, that was just a minute, and of course, we're already into 17.
Umi from fragging like crazy in the last match to getting a pick right there in front of our eyes on that Flingza. But before that, 3 picks in a row to open it up, and then finally calling out that last Flingza roller to not let him, or the C-Jet to not let him jump. Specials are now ready for Legato as they look to push back in on the back foot on their own counter pick, a 4v3 situation in their favor.
You see, Umi is a shining example of why you love and appreciate your backline players in this household, yes. Right? Please give anchor players their recognition. Anyways, we've got the armor getting popped, we've got the hammer getting popped, we've got lots of specials getting popped for Legato as they are attempting a push there, but they haven't even picked up the Rainmaker, and only the Carbon Roller has gone down, and so now it is Ocean 7's turn to pop the specials with that Stingray and the armor coming out, and I fear that Legato's specials were almost just a waste as Ocean 7 quickly shuts down that push. However, they do still have a lot of space to work with, and with those missiles coming out, hopefully they can still get some points on the board, which is exactly what they're aiming to do there before Umi just comes out and shuts them down.
Ocean 7 struggling a little bit with paint control here, but with their sheer killing power alone, holding that snipe area, sharking a little bit more, that's going to find them 2 picks there to end that push. Even with specials ready on the side of Legato, Ocean 7 can charge their own now with the paint that Legato has put down from that failed push. And we're in for another nasty neutral game mid-fight with a bomb rush being popped, 2 bomb rushes being popped, 3 picks off of the Rainmaker pop alone. Just the K brush here alive, and that's going to be 4 down, but a bomb's going to take out the Rainmaker here, leaving a 3v3 situation on respawns as they look to regroup, lob some shots, play maybe a little more tactically and a little more slowly.
An incredibly lucky bomb there for Legato, saving them from what could have been a disastrous push by Ocean 7 as, like you said, they'd gotten wiped there. They are all back now with the Stingray at the ready and the hammer and the missiles having been popped, and the Rainmaker is going to reset to mid. So Ocean 7 not able to capitalize on that huge opportunity, but they still have so many points on the board, and with 2 down again on Legato, it feels like you said, Legato's kind of struggling, even though they do have all this paint control to just stay alive, because Ocean 7's just taking it out. That splash has racked up 7 7 KA, the try with 6, and so like really we're just, I mean, now finally Ocean 7, this try here, able to take back a lot of paint just on their own and close to an armor as well.
I mean, that Ninja Squid on that Tri-Slasher has already given them plenty of picks to make it worthwhile. Now going behind this brush, looking for the pick, they're not going to quite find it. In fact, they're going to go down themselves. A 4v2 situation in favor of Legato. That's going to give Legato the opportunity to push again. Stingray is ready this time, but going down these to the Carbon Roller. The Carbon Roller is going to find a double, trading with that Flingza Roller. A 3v2 situation. Special's ready for Legato, but without the player advantage, a push here is going to be incredibly difficult.
I'd like to point out that we've got 12 KA from the K-Octo on the side of Legato, and I mean they've been putting in a lot of work there, probably with a couple of hammers popped as well, but unfortunately we are still stuck here around the same point that they were at before, and with that zap down, they're not going to have armor to push forward, so that Rainmaker is just going to reset. We've got 43 seconds left, and Legato is not in a great position. Again, we've been pointing out that they do have all of this turf control, but Ocean 7 is just not letting them through.
Yeah, I mean, just some great killing power from Ocean 7 here. As we see this Tri-Slosher Shark even more. They're going to unfortunately get found by that Rainmaker, though. Maybe not enough for them to really pressure it. With the Stingray coming out, the Rainmaker is going to do a little bit of a dance, and the Tri-Slosher is going to try to find them. 2 down, though. They're only going to find 1 pick, and that's going to be on the Rainmaker. A 2v2 situation, the one of those being a respawn. Legato here might have their first opportunity to push with 5 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, but they are taken out. This Zap moving just a bit too quickly to save their teammate, and Umi just taking them out at the very end. You saw that death cam before the screen faded to black, and that's going to be a game for Ocean 7, and now the set is 2-2.
I would like to point out that Ocean 7 here, green, won this map while the entire map is painted orange. Legato here is struggling to check their back, check behind them, look around, and call out those flanks and sharks, because every single time they grabbed objective, someone was there to shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, again, you saw the camera was focused on the Zap, and they made a path into Legato's pit, but, I mean... Or, yes, Ocean 7's pit, my bad. But the Rainmaker was just immediately taken out, and so there wasn't even... The push was practically over before it started, which is pretty admirable.
Yeah, I mean, a 2v2 set. This is insane to watch. Legato, technically on the back foot with this counter pick. We are in for what feels like a long couple of sets coming. We've run through now all the modes. So we've seen what all these teams can do, what these teams can do for all of them. What do you think we're going to see Legato go back to here?
Honestly, I mean, Again, just not really sure what to expect. We've really seen all 4 modes here, so I mean, I'm not actually completely familiar with the counter pick rules for this tournament because I know it varies a little bit. Oh, but I didn't check beforehand, unfortunately, so I'm not sure where they can go back to.
Right. I mean, my guess is that they're going to be able to go for.
Right. Each mode has been played so that they can go back to any mode right now.
That's my
guess. They can't go back to a map. Yeah, they can't go back to a map mode they've already won, but they can go back to another mode. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Splat Zones game, given how that first one went.
Right. I mean, but even then, we were calling, despite the 100-0 push, that it was a close set. Ocean 7 clearly finding their footing here. Legato might not have quite the cakewalk we expected, as Legato queues up Splat Zones on Anchovy Games.
I've never heard anybody pronounce Anchovy Games like that.
Anchovy Games?
You accented the second syllable in anchovy. You said Anchovy Games instead of Anchovy Games.
Ocean 7 here, now that they have decided that, hey, a backline is pretty cool, maybe we'll be seeing a little bit more of the scope, possibly a Firefin here to add the extra painting power.
Oh, I would love that. I've always wanted to be a Charger main, even though I've never really had the time and energy to pick it up. So I always love seeing some good Firefin gameplay. And of course, Umi has been doing amazingly with that once they pulled it out. So I'm very excited to hope if they keep this, I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, with this massive switch in NA comp Splatoon, we've seen a lot less backlines in total, and I think that means that teams are less prepared to be fighting a really strong backline, and that is opening the door for Umi to just kind of pick left and right, and get rid of anyone in their way. And that's exactly what we see on Armor. We see Umi queuing up basically instantly, knowing what they want for Splat Zones Anchovy. What are you thinking? Is there anything you would like to point out about the map here?
The map, Ancho, it's always been really interesting to me. I like Ancho Tower, Ancho Zones not so much, but the area around the zone is so flexible with both of the propellers being raised and lowered to create a really big area or a more what's the word, confined area. And of course you've got the little flanks that can happen. So it's interesting to me. It's one of the big open maps, but it can be turned into a bit smaller by those fans.
Definitely. I feel like normally in an LSL, I might call out that left side window is a good opportunity where if your lockout isn't super strong, you can take advantage of the opening there, maybe sneak into zone, get some paint down on zone. But what we've seen from these two teams' lockout is that they are not going to let something so trivial pass them by. And the left side window probably won't be as viable as maybe these teams would like it to be. Wow, a set tied at 2. Ocean 7 versus Legato as we move into Game 5.
And here we go, that Carbon staying, the E-Leader coming back from Legato, as well as that Flingza and the Neo Splash. And then, of course, we still got Valorog on that Ninja Squid try, Umi on the Scope, and Issa on that Carbon, with Met on that K-Shot. And so it's pretty much this appears to be their pretty reliable comp that they've settled on now, for good reason. And of course, we're seeing the same pretty much struggle for mid. Legato coming out on top again, armor popped on both sides, but of course it is nowhere near a sweep, as neither team has actually gone down yet, which is pretty interesting, seeing as it's almost been 30 seconds.
Right, all these lasers pointing at mid, making these players want to hide behind things. But there we go. We see the first push, the first pick, sorry. Ocean 7, the K-Shot player going down, a 4v3 situation. Legato is going to take this opportunity, look for a cap here. But with the zap of their own going down, making that a trade there, a 3v2 situation, definitely not safe and sound quite yet.
Yeah, that was a quick, delayed 3 down on Ocean 7 as well, with the Scope being the only one left alive. And so for now, it is still Legato in control of mid. They have those missiles at the ready as well, which are going to get popped. However, Ocean 7 has both the suction... that is a Firefin. The suction bomb rush and the armor at the ready, as well as the missiles. So they've got a lot on their side with a nice close-up snipe from Umi and the suction bomb rush getting popped for all their specials. They have a very nice recap there.
4v2 situation, and as one jumps down on Legato, that makes them practically 3 down. Armor is ready on the side of Legato, so a pushback in here might not take too long. Bomb Rush as well, already looking to come online. Ocean 7 is trying to charge specials of their own, and there comes the Storm from Legato to open up their push. Bomb Rush coming out as well, but that E-Leader is going to get called out and it's going to go down to a bomb. Missiles coming out on the side of Ocean 7. That's going to contest the zone just enough to not let it go back into the favor of Legato. And now we're going to see the counter tick down past the lead area. A 4v4 situation with no specials ready.
And speaking of specials, these teams are actually very similar in their special choice, although the weapons are pretty different. They both got armor, both got missiles, both got suction bomb rush. The only difference is the Carbon's chicken rush or auto bomb rush, and the Eel leader is, I believe that's the Inkstorm leader. So, but meanwhile, while I'm talking about that, we've got Ocean 7 all the way down to 17 and counting, and Umi here a little bit in danger, but just so aggressively pushed up. I wouldn't expect a Charger to be like all the way down here, but they are, and they are killing it with that. That's going to be a knockout for Ocean 7, and...
Ocean 7.
Gosh.
Found their footing. They watched that window, as we mentioned. They gave Legato no chances. Even in that mid game, as Legato popped their specials, they kept their cool, backed up, gave a little bit of space, got their specials of their own ready, and found the picks they needed to open up the turf again and give them the match. Legato here struggling to find a game off of Ocean 7, who feels unbeatable.
Yeah, I feel like Ocean 7 almost gave Legato a false sense of security in those first two games. Like, that Splat Zones game just felt like the inverse of the game one that we saw.
Yeah, close for sure, but certainly Ocean 7's game. Legato has to make their map mode here count, their counter pick count, because they have now picked 2 maps and neither of them have gone in their favor. So Ocean 7 clearly liking to be a little bit uneasy, not quite sure what's coming up next, but finding ways to feel confident in what they pick.
This could very well be the last counter pick of the tournament, as well as this is going to be tournament point for Ocean 7. If they win this next one, then they will win set. So Legato's got to be careful with their choice here.
For sure. I mean, we've seen zones come out now twice. We've seen the rest of them once. So Legato looking for maybe the map or the mode they won on last time. That's the Clam Blitz pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that.
But with the way Ocean 7 has been coordinating these pushes, it's a tough call. I mean, looking at the map list, not a lot of these maps I think are going to favor Legato anymore based on how quickly Ocean 7 has been capitalizing on opportunities. I think we were talking earlier about Legato's ability to give a little punch in the beginning and then pull back. But I'm not seeing a lot of modes here that are going to let them have quite that quick push and backup.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You've got a lot of options. I mean, new Albacore Hotel Clams is always one of those interesting ones that can go either way. I'm also just biased towards that because I like new Albacore Clams if we're talking clams, but I know a lot of people don't. So, I mean, that is just to say, even if they do go with Clam Blitz, because like you said, just the amazing coordination that Ocean 7 has been displaying makes it really difficult. So I honestly just want to, I feel like a wise choice if I were Legato would just be to pick something that I'm comfortable with, that I know that I can hopefully do well, instead of just taking some sort of chance and trying to outpick Ocean 7, because really at this point you want to be playing what you know you'll do well with.
I'm thinking all the way back to round 1, we heard Nox and Secant on the mic, and I think it was Nox who said something along the lines of counter-picking weapons isn't going to be quite as important as just playing weapons you're comfortable with. And I think the same thing applies to the mode here, as we see Legato queue up Tower Control and Mako Mart. Hopefully a map they know well, hopefully something they are confident in, hopefully something they can kind of get out of their headspace and play a little more comfortably with.
Yeah, of course, that first zones game that they did so well in was on Mako. So, like you said, hopefully they feel more comfortable in this. This could be their home space, and of course, we're seeing people already start readying up. So,
absolutely. I mean, if you're Legato, it's more of a mental game right now than anything. I mean, we know that Legato has it in them to take matches off them, even if Ocean 7 was struggling to get warmed up. But we know Legato has it. I mean, they've taken some very tough sets today. So seeing if they can kind of put all of that behind them, put their situation of a 3-2 match point against their favor out of their head, and just play some Squid game, find the picks they need, use the specials in the right times, take the opportunities they need to, and not let Ocean 7 walk all over them.
Oh yeah, at the end of the game, we're just... Okay, you know what? I meant to say at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we're just here to have some fun and play some Squid games. So hopefully they are able to do just that. We see the same comp coming out of Ocean 7 here, that tried and true comp, and then a Twig out here on the Charger again. So I don't think there's been a change in either team, unless I'm mistaken. Please do correct me. But we've got Legato with a bunch of early map control, as well as that armor getting popped on both sides now. So it is, again, just another fight for mid. And that's 2 down on Ocean 7, though. So this is an early opportunity for Legato, as this Carbon, though, coming in, getting a pick and preventing everything from going horribly for them, as they have that Autobomb rush and they are backing up.
Watch how that Carbon was able to hang back, hold the stack, find the pick they needed. I think we might have saw a little bit of an overextension from the K-shot on the right side of Ocean 7, whereas the rest of their team was holding back, letting Legato rush them and make the first move and make the first mistake. But Legato is going to capitalize on this opportunity. They're going to get the tower to the first checkpoint and a little bit past it. Both Tri-Sloshers down, but with 3 specials online for Legato, they don't have a reason to stop this push quite yet. Armor coming online, along with those missiles, just the Stingray being held on the side of Legato.
That K-Shot's harassing the Charger, though, with all of those suction bombs and breaking the Charger's armor. There's missiles coming towards them, though. 1 down on both sides right now, as Ocean 7's got a decent amount of control, but that Storm's also coming out from Legato, which is going to force the members of Ocean 7 to move back. As you can see, that Carbon and the K-Shot have been pushed back into that right alley a bit, letting that Try rush them, although they do get taken out, unfortunately, as that did kind of become a 2v1. Meanwhile, with just specials online for both sides, armor as well as Stingray, I mean, it's just really a toss-up to see which team makes the move next.
we keep saying special advantage not quite align with player advantage, that the teams have specials ready but don't have the players they need to use those specials. A 3v3 situation here, though, makes it even and makes those specials on the Legato's K-Shot more important, but they're going to go down, unfortunately, in a fight. That leaves a 3v3 situation yet again, and with Stingray coming out in Ocean 7, they're going to capitalize on the even player strength. The missiles coming out as well now, looking for their other specials. The Tri-Slosher is going to take that tower and push it to that first checkpoint for the first time on their team.
Yeah, it doesn't go too far before they're forced off, though, by this Charger, who also gets a pick on the Carbon on that stack. Very nice job. That tries avoiding the other Charger, manages to get a pick before they go down themselves, leaving Legato with the person advantage, and so they're going to get on the tower. They have the Ray, they have the armor, which has gotten popped. A little bit of a Charger battle right now, as Umi wisely jumps out to avoid getting rushed down by the Slayers on Legato, who have taken this opportunity to push the tower farther. We've got the Stingray coming out from them as well, and they're heading up about halfway to that second checkpoint. Issa on the Carbon roller, ready and waiting for them to come by, as we all know how Carbons love ledges. And of course, the members of Legato have realized this and are backing off a little bit. Very nice job preserving themselves, actually, because they only lost one person to that push, even though it was such a good push. And that's actually 2 down for Ocean 7 right now, so they could very much continue this, especially with the popping of the armor if they wanted to.
That backup alone is making me think we're going to see a Game 7 here. I mean, the way Legato was able to recognize that opportunity, back off when they needed to, and then push back up and find those 2 picks, that's what we need to be seeing from Legato here. That's what we need to be seeing from both of these teams, honestly, as they both get their even player strength. Specials start coming online again, and these teams look for opportunities. Armor and Bomb Rush both ready on the side of Ocean 7.
Again, like you said, these teams are even a lot of the time, but once a team decides to make their move and commit to a push, if they all go down, that's an opening for the other team. So like you said, that backup from Legato, leaving their 3 members still alive, was just amazing, so that they didn't leave that wide open for Ocean 7 to continue. We've got 2 down on both sides now, and Stingray's actually ready on both sides, but that's going to be 3 down on the side of Legato for just a moment there. Twig with the Stingray waiting out the opposing one, I presume, before getting a pick on that Carbon. We're just down to under a minute left, and the members of Ocean 7 topping on the tower meet their untimely fate as they go 3 down with that Charger backing up.
Ocean 7 clearly playing a little more frantically here. We saw the the Carbon, just trying to do everything they could to push the tower through the checkpoint, but Legato walked in easily and took the picks they wanted. Now Ocean 7's back on the back foot, looking to find an opportunity. Bomb is being thrown by that tower. It's not going to be enough. A 4v4 situation with specials in Legato's favor. We're going to see the Inkstorm and missiles come out, but they're going to go down. A 3v2 now in favor of Ocean 7. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ocean 7 has to make a move now if they want to end the match here.
Oh yeah, this is their chance. They've still got a lot to go through, though, as this Charger now has their Stingray and is able to jump back. That is going to be a huge obstacle for Ocean 7, as we all know how a good GG Ray feels when you're trying to make an overtime push. There's also a lot of green paint around the tower, which is not going to go well for them. However, that is 2 down. Oh, I mean...
Getting armor bonked off the tower, that's painful in a 2v1 situation like that.
Ouch. Yeah.
But here we go. That ties the set 3-3 in not quite the dominating fashion Legato might have wanted, but certainly a strong showing, as Mental Game is going to go haywire as we move into a Game 7 for match point. These 2 teams tied at 3 in the most competitive LSL set I have seen in a very long time.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, I've done a bit of LSL commentating before, but this is just... I don't think I've ever done anything quite like this. It's just... This tension is running very, very high right now, and it is on Ocean 7 to counterpick, I believe.
It is, and that's going to give them the upper hand, obviously, but with their mental game where it might be, and Legato with the momentum from that last win, it might not be so clear-cut. I mean, for a minute there, we were calling that Ocean 7 might have a reverse sweep going on, but Legato here proved that they're going to take it to a Game 7, they're going to tie this set up, and they're going to play a little bit more Squid Game before someone goes home a little more upset than the other.
I mean, I'm not complaining. This just gives us more of a show to watch and a lot of hype. We're in for Game 7 of this whole LSL, and coming up on the end of the tournament, you've got to be tired, you know. Mental game, like you said, is a lot, just so important when you get to this stage where you might be tired, you might want to quit, but this is everything right here.
It certainly is a tight set, 3-3. I mean, it really feels like in all of these games, it's been super close cut. And at some point, whether it's or Tower Sturgeon, and that's in the first minute 30, or it's something more like the Piranha Pit Clams game we saw where it was towards the end of the game, one of these teams is pulling ahead and not letting the other have another opening for the rest of the match. Ocean 7 doing that all without the most paint control somehow.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how important paint is in this game. It's literally themed around paint after all. But seeing Ocean 7 pull off those wins, well, while Legato is very clearly in control of a good chunk of the map, is really, really impressive. It's like they're winning on just killing power alone. I mean, you can't paint while you're dead, so I'm impressed that Legato has managed to pull that off in the first place, but it's just really, really jarring and different from what I usually see.
You can't paint while you're dead. It seems to have been a theme today, not just in this set. I feel like I saw someone saying that in chat earlier. Maybe that's the curse of low-level Splatoon, but maybe that's something that these two teams will, or Ocean 7 at least, will recognize as maybe something that they're falling behind on and edit their comp slightly, edit their playstyle as they go in the future here, and maybe get a little more paint down so that way their killing power is undefeatable.
I mean, as somebody that has a lot of experience in low level, you can't paint if you're dead is a very, very widespread thing to either take advantage of or to fall victim to. So you are very correct when you say that.
And I think some of that feeds back into what we said with the Chargers of like, they are very with the Chargers that you don't see too many of them anymore, especially in the NA North American scene, and so it becomes a lot more of a fight for being able to stay alive when there's a laser pointed at you the entire time.
Oh yeah, again, and I talk about this a lot, but just the sheer amount of area control and pressure that Chargers are able to put out, even when not always making picks, because of course, even the best Chargers don't make every single shot they go for. But the combination of, like you said, that laser and the lines of paint that they put out from shots just controls areas so well, and with their long range, they can have so much reign over key areas of the map as long as they choose their purchase well.
And Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyards seems to be the pick. Going back to a map they won on, or not, that they lost on earlier, but in a mode that might favor the faster pressure of the top left. Whereas with Tower, you've got that controlled route. Rainmaker allows you some freedom to play a much more quicker.
Yes, it's a very, very user-controlled, player-controlled game mode where you can take whatever path you want at whatever speed you want. And like you said, that top left route, while dangerous, if you are able to make it up there, can earn you points very, very quickly. And of course, there's that little trick of jumping into the abyss that will earn you a few more points if you're about to go down.
Definitely. I mean, comps here, those Stingrays are going to be very helpful, but we know that Ocean 7 has liked that Charger, and so maybe Legato going for the faster Stingray spam of a C-Jet here is going to be able to win this Stingray 1v1s more often and tip the scales a little bit in their favor. But I'm not sure if you've got any other ideas comp-wise what you're expecting here.
I mean, really, it feels like both teams have pretty much settled on the comps that they want. Just we've not really seen too much weapon variance. I mean, even throughout this set, we saw that huge switch to the backline, but I feel that after a few games, the novelty of that has kind of worn off as we saw Legato has figured out how to deal with Ocean 7's Charger. And I mean, they do have a Charger of their own as well. So really, like you said, having those Stingrays is going to be very important because, you know, it's Rainmaker. Stingray stops Rainmaker, but I'm just waiting to see what these teams... I feel like it's going to be more play style than weapons at this point.
Definitely. Because I think something to add to that is with Tower Sturgeon, like, we saw them pull out a Charger with Stingray to try to fight that a little bit, and that didn't work. Rainmaker Starfish, they pulled out, on Splatstone's Anchovy, they pulled out that E-Leader trying to outrange the Charger. That didn't work. And it wasn't until Tower Control Mako Mark that they were able to figure out that, wait, if we just make the Charger in a bad position, we win. But a little bit against that logic, they have now picked a map where the Charger has a really firm hold in that snipe. As we go into a final Game 7, Ocean 7 versus Legato for all the marbles. This is your LSL 14 final match.
And here we go. We've got that Sea Jet coming out for the Stingray instead, a bit more of a mobile anchor. So I believe that's a nice pick. And of course, I'm also just biased towards Sea Jet because I like it so much. Also, that Foil Fling's gonna come out. And then we've got the Neo Splash-O-Matic on the side of Ocean 7, which is a lot of paint. So, I mean, hopefully they're gonna be able to get that. But Legato, of course, here with the early paint control around that Rainmaker as well. And still, nobody has gone down, but that Sea Jet's popping their Stingray, and the Ink Armor is going to come out as well. Unfortunately, even with those specials being popped, the other two on Legato go down, and so they are forced to back up a little to move around, and so this is going to give Ocean 7 an opportunity.
Zap opting to back out here as they get put on the back foot. Two specials ready for Ocean 7. That patient opening, giving them the advantage they wanted, but not quite being able to capitalize on it as the paint control is still not in their favor. They're going to pop the Bomb Rush to hopefully try to mitigate that a little bit, get some control at mid. The Flings are taking a strong spot here in Snipe. They're going to rotate around to the right side, looking for some picks as the K-Brush pushes up, finds a pick on that splash. That is going to be huge for them. They're going to look for more, but they're going to go down. A 3v3 situation. Stingray's ready on both sides. Now a Bomb Rush ready for Ocean 7 as their Tri-Slasher goes down, giving a huge advantage to Legato to push here.
Finally, somebody picks up the Rainmaker. A whole minute and 15 seconds into the game, we've got that Stingray coming out, but the Rainmaker is very nicely dodging it, and they managed to survive it as well. So it looks like they're going to try and go for this top left area here. A nice pick from the Rainmaker on that try, who did take out one of their teammates, but not able to go any further than that. There's the Carbon up here who is avoiding the Rainmaker shots. I'm pretty sure the Rainmaker knows that they're up here, but just is not able to get the correct angle for them. They're all waiting for the Rainmaker to come on up there. They're just watching and waiting. And of course, Ocean 7 also has those specials at the ready. The Rainmaker is pretty much stuck there, though, without too much support from their teammates, and they're being pushed back farther and farther as the members... Okay, you know what? That Rainmaker stayed alive for far longer than they had the right to, and now Ocean 7 is still 3 down with those members going down, so this is still an opportunity for Legato to get some points in.
Finally, the Octobrush finds an opportunity to find that flank in. These flanks are what are deciding this match. We saw the Tri-Slosher push up on that flank from Snipe, find the pick on Rainmaker last time. They're going to try to do it again here, but the Flings is going to go to the
nice.
The Carbon's going to get found by that K-Brush, and a 3v3 situation with Stamp ready. That's going to find one pick, leaving just the Stingray alive, but the Rainmaker pressuring it head on might not be quite enough. As the Flings tries to pressure the Charger again. The Charger's going to jump out. The Rainmaker rotating around to that right side. Stingray's going to be popped to try to fight that a little bit. Rainmaker struggling to stay alive a little bit more this time than last time, but still, there we go.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Right next to that Stingray, and it's a 2v3 situation in Legato's favor.
They almost got it, but without any of their teammates around them to provide them more cover to swim around, and they didn't really get much. That Splash here is going to jump out, and unfortunately not able to quite pull off that pick, and we've still got Legato with the person advantage here. A terribly drawn-out game with just under 2 minutes left and only 20 points on the board right now. This is one of those drawn-out games instead of a super high-scoring one. I mean, both teams know what is at stake here, but it feels like Legato's just had a slightly more of an upper hand as two go down on the side of Ocean 7. And of course, that Octobrush on Legato is showing their stuff with already with just 12 KA built up, and the rest of their team doing so well as well. They've got that Rainmaker, and it looks like they're opting to take it the sponge route. Umi up here trying to do whatever they can, but with two of their teammates down, it's really hard for them to position closer to the action, and that try is going around. They're able to take out the Rainmaker, but not before they get it to 45, and that is probably a winnable lead unless Ocean 7 is able to get something done.
That Brush decided to play aggressive for the first time this set, and it paid off. Now you see taking that Charger head on, they're going to go down. But a 4v2 situation for Ocean 7, 45 points on the board for Legato, and 1 minute left on the clock. Ocean 7 has to pull out all the stops here with these 4 specials ready. Possibly an armor coming out first, followed by that Bomb Rush.
I'm really hoping they don't make the same special mistake that we saw earlier in this set and pop too many premature specials, because they need those to get back in. And unfortunately, that Splash going down, which is really not good for them. They've got 30 seconds left, but there is 2 down on the side of Legato, which hopefully they can make do with. They've got the Sea Jet, I believe, picking up that Rainmaker, but the members of Legato are mostly still alive and well. And then here comes that Stingray directly onto that Rainmaker, who has barely any room to move. And with that, there's 3 down on Ocean 7. This Carbon trying to do something, anything, but they've already been found out. out by the Brush, who takes them out, but they trade, and a trade is not what you want when there's 5 seconds left, and they're struggling to pop the Rainmaker. They rush for it, they pick it up, and so we almost have overtime, but those missiles come in to end it, and there we go. That is the tournament, everybody.
I mean, 4 matches of the most intense Splatoon at low level I think I have ever seen, just to be ended by a slow, drawn-out round of Rainmaker, waiting to find the opportunities you needed. Ocean 7.
18 KA?
The Octobrush finding the picks they needed, but not being able to capitalize it for most of the game until a push to 45 was the deciding point value, giving Legato the win 4-3 in a best of 7. Fantastic gameplay all around from these two teams.
I mean, that is really not what you expect to have the push to 41 being the deciding push in a Rainmaker match is utterly unexpected, but of course we saw amazing plays from both teams, and it was just Legato able to finally pull it off and take this set home.
Right, I think ultimately it was that ping control that got them in the end. Not having the movement when the Stingray came out to survive it was not enough when the other teams wanted to do the same on the other side. You know, Stingrays for Legato, were really good, whereas Ocean 7 struggled to try to find the opportunities based on that paint control. I think we're going to look for a raid here soon on... Okay, that's fine. Right, here you go. So here you go. Here's our fantastic commentators, our staff there before. LSL 15 coming around next month. If you want more of this fantastic gameplay, be sure to tune in again. We're looking for a raid on Devi of the Grillers, Hydra player, for some higher level teams here. Thank you all for coming out. Cater, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Cater_ as shown on screen, where I talk about a lot of the stuff I commentate. I'm bouncing around a couple of other organizations tonight and tomorrow, so you will catch me there. How about you?
You can find me at Brushstrokes SPL, also on screen. The Launch Point Draft Cup is tomorrow. That's cool.
Yes.
The Low Ink coming around next month. Some really intense low-level gameplay soon. We're gonna get started on that raid here in a second. Thank you everyone for coming out to Little Squid League 14. Legato are your LSL 14 champions. Be sure to give them a GG's in a Twitter form, whatever you want. Thanks for coming out. I've been Brush. With me is Cater. Thank you and have a good afternoon.